well, the algorithm, yeah, is based off. All I'm doing is still not a
Okay.
little bit. Or, I'm watching that actually. Because I was interested, but last night, like every night is different. I get some downtime and I relax a little bit. Sometimes I like to go, show and blah. Sometimes I get on these kicks where I want to watch. Sort of, yeah. Last night was a fighter show. I just got open rabbit hole, watched the whole Sugar Ray show. Train harder than anybody, also smarter, different than people. He actually retired from fighting for a period of time to perform show. Went back to fight, but ooh, yeah, but it was intentional. It wasn't all like perfect. Like your program, footwork, balance, get out of the way, and
Yeah. What's fighting is your go-to?
if I want to zone out professional,
Yeah.
I still that's my one.
So that kind of stuff on
Yeah, cool and civilization. Age civilization number two. I love watching mysteries where they're just covering. I was watching this the other day where they found the elongated skull Malta that are missing characteristics of normal human skull. So a normal human skull has, I think it's called a sagittal crest, a line that goes down the middle. Like this is like a, like as you're growing as a baby, have like plates in your
yeah.
head that move around and they expand as your head grows, like line.
Yeah.
So there's a line that goes straight, there's a line that goes across. The heads don't have that. They don't have the line that goes straight, but they're elongated. They have a line that goes in the back, but they don't have the line that goes in the center. And they're trying to like make sense of like is
Yeah.
what is a giant mystery. Like Malta is the island that we at one point in time before the flood it was connected. If they know Neanderthals lived there like thousands of years before civilization, but they didn't think Homo sapiens, but they found elongated skulls that are different than any human skull. Then they found these incredible stone constructions, these stone buildings, immense stone that have crazy erosion that they think is more than 6,000 years of erosion. So they're trying to figure out like what happened, like what is, how old is this? Is this from before the flood? This one's before the ice age? Like what the fuck is?
Yeah.
Why are these elongated skulls?
Yeah.
That's bizarre stuff.
Yeah.
Bizarre stuff. Like there's so many mysteries in terms of like the race and how long people have been building things. And every now and then they'll uncover something that pushes everything back. Like they used to think the first people in North America were 13,000 years ago. First. Then they found these footprints in Mexico that are 22,000 years old. Well, okay. Well, that's not number one. It's not like the first person to come here. That's probably before that.
Yeah.
But there's very little information. And then there's like green stone wall that's found in Montana. And it was private property. And no one even knew it was there. And these people, they just were clearing some land and they found this fucking wall. This thing is, I think, called the Sage Wall, Montana. But these immense stones that looked like they were placed there. Who knows how long? And there's people arguing, oh, this is like natural. Whoa. Hey, what the fuck is that, dude? So that was all covered with tree. By the way, it goes deep into the ground. It goes like 10 feet deep into the ground. So they're like, okay, is this a natural formation?
Yeah.
It doesn't look natural. It looks like human beings placed those stones. Yeah, it looks like it was placed there. It's really weird, man. But look, there's like weird stuff about it, like that. Like someone made that. That has a circle that's carved into it, and then there's like the that sort of structure that looks like it's the outline of it. So there's a lot of argument. Like that one photograph right there, that photograph's fucking crazy. Yeah, is that fake? That one's fake? Are you sure? The rest of them? Well, let's see which one is fake. Some of them, that one on the upper left hand, definitely real. And like I said, these go down. You know, they've done like machinery or sensors to find out how deep it goes. It goes like 10 feet down deep into the ground. Like,
that rock on top of it.
Yeah.
That rock up there.
Like, what is that? Right? Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff when it comes to, so, if this is man-made, how fucking old is it? Yeah. Like, how old is that? There's nothing else there? Just that? Yeah. Like, or maybe is there other, because they didn't even know this existed. They came until the 90s. So, what other stuff is out there that people haven't uncovered that is covered with grass? Another thing they're finding out about the rainforest. They used to think the Amazon rainforest was like these tribes of people. Well, there's a guy that visited in the 1500s. He said that there were like crazy temples, huge structures, cities with and then news reports went 100 years later and they found none of these things. That's the first guy probably gave everybody and killed the entire continent, which is like probably killed everybody that lived in the Amazon. Like the Amazon at one, I was watching another documentary on this. They found these LiDAR, they fly over it and they use sensors, structures in the rainforest that are covered with trees. All of the corridors and squares and things that seem to indicate irrigation structures like nuts. Wow. There's like millions of people living in the Amazon and some dirty European came over in the 1500s and they all died out. Yeah. What happened? Like no, but the Native Americans, like 90% of the Native Americans killed. 90% of the population died off. Crazy. Yeah. Dramatic life in America. Wow. Over these arrowheads. Yeah. Nuts. They didn't have horses. They didn't have horses. European. What thing's crazy? Yeah, it is. Hey, that's what I'm watching a lot of. That's your go-to. Yeah, I'm just absolutely fascinated by it. And then the pyramid structure they found under the pyramids. Yeah, that's crazy. What is that? I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's wrong. I know some people think it's nonsense, but the researchers think that they've done multiple scans, gotten the same results over and over again. Whatever these things are, there's pillars, spirals around the pillars, and the ground, and structures 2 kilometers deep. Yeah, I think I heard you talk about that. I thought it was fake. Some people think that it can't be real because there's water tables under the Great Pyramid. But the question is it real and the water table? Is it shit in water? Yeah. Like, is it so advanced? They built these insane structures 2 kilometers deep in water? It's nuts they can make the pyramid. I know. But that still doesn't make sense. Itself, all the structures, the Temple of Luxor, all that stuff is crazy. So if they can make that, why are we assuming that's the pinnacle of crazy? Like there might be crazier below the surface. Yeah. That is like right. Imagine if everybody thought that the most advanced reached an incredible level of ability, and then someone stumbles on the pyramid and go, okay, wait,
Yeah.
what the fuck is this? There's 2,300,000 stones, and they weigh between 2 and 80 tons. They're cut from a quarry hundreds of miles away from the mountain. Like, wow, that's crazy. And imagine, this is kind of crazy. You go under the surface of it, below the ground, kilometers structure. That's even crazy. That makes that right. Well, then I'm talking to get through the water.
I get that is imagine that.
Didn't have a nice boat. Didn't have
Yeah, there's two things that bear getting older, they get creases.
yeah.
So you're talking about age related. I don't know.
No, the lines. The argument is the deal. If you find those elongated skull ultimate,
I've seen urban legends talk about years ago they were on they weren't on this.
yeah, but they're definitely not an urban legend. I was watching. I was that the issue is behind the whole thing. But they were all admit that there's different ones. Let's just go with
All the there's different stuff all the way from the website.
right. Let's click on that one. Because like this by actual archaeologists, because he's into stuff. Go to that. You see how that skull has that line? Most skulls have a line. That's how skull. Now, here's there's Africa. You're they have like branched off like it looks really
And that's real.
yeah. It's totally real. It's a genetic anomaly. It's been passed on through one tribe area. It could right be that skull looks weird.
Yeah.
These people were just born with
Right.
born with
Yeah.
people are like all for no reason. Yeah, you know, it's like we vary. Humans vary a bit, so it could be that that's why it looks that way, but it is absolutely fascinating. And finding version, which is really like found the dinosaur, they found those in like 2010. There was recent that we were talking about that they like not almost avian, but like cousin almost avian. They just found these really within the last few years. Okay, not the so the branch, and so there's multiple branches of that coexist along almost avian and animals for a long ass time. Yeah, scientists have discovered known as in December of red, Julie red, large-headed people. So they took like these skulls and tried to make a recreation, like looking hairy. She was anything like that. You wouldn't survive back then like that. They recreated the image. Where does idiot? No, I watched it. That's watch. I watch all yours, of course. I watch a lot of different
videos last night.
That one and the one right there. Yeah. There's a video once. One that yeah, that was Jack, hairy dude, big ass bones.
Yeah.
Like they were way more Jack.
Sure. Made an arrow.
Yeah, some they did art. You know, they made cave art. They know for sure was Isaac. That's what bro. That guy in the UFC. Oh, imagine the guy on the right has to. Are you fucking kidding me? Big, dense. It's kind of, especially if you marathon runners. Like, imagine those people survive with that thing. Those things. Like, look, that's what they look like.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
Dense, giant jack. That one in the corner was walking. Right. Yeah, look at that. That's what they think of. Fuck that. Walk to the woods. That dude there.
That's what it is absolutely, you know, that's what I do about the stuff that we're doing. Imagine how far they can get today. And nowadays, so far the other way.
Yeah.
Where if you walk a mile, you got
well, everything still good. And watching video games, playing video games all day. Some kids aren't even playing video games; they're watching other people play.
Right. That's what like. It's pretty cool to think about. We're still making our bodies the perfect race. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
But back then, they probably did that shit all the time. No, we're built.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
They probably
built for it. They have to. Like, you know, that's what I like about the
right.
Like, well,
persistence. That's where you chase animals down. Animals don't sweat, right? So you can't outrun them, granted. But if you keep chasing, eventually they die.
Yes.
And then you just stab them when they're out of breath.
You got to be either an open country where you eyes on them, or be able to track them.
Isn't that crazy that was a strategy? They just chase them until they run out of. They can't run. Yeah,
they still do.
I bet that's where some of the best marathon runners come out of too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're so good at tracking because of that. Stay on the tracks, there's no good or anything because that's the name of the game. Keep your eyes on them.
Yeah,
and wear them out.
That's what's fascinating. Guys look at the ground, footprints. I don't see shit.
Yeah.
Some guys are really good at it.
Yeah, I mean they could follow tracks like a solid rock. And just look at scuffs. They can see little scuffs from books.
That's great.
I've been over there, you know, quite a bit, and I would just as you said, like, what do you see? And so I would ask them. It's hard because they gotta. It's hard figuring it out. But I was there for 3 weeks one time, so I kind of got dialed in. But so I would ask, what are we looking at here? What are you seeing? Or it's just how grass will go a certain way, and then if it's not that certain way, it's because something made it out of the way.
Even if it's just a little bit of grass.
Yeah.
It's like really small.
This small little. Yeah, so it's like. So that's another reason why I love the mountain. Love being out. It's just you have to. So if you're gonna be good at it, into everything. Sensitive to almost everything. That's how you get the bow range of an animal. Get it killed or find it after an arrow in it. It's like you're just ciphering information. Some people are good, but most of it's experience related. Those people have learned in Africa have learned from the best trackers there are. We haven't had to be that good here, but I've wanted to develop that skill and just get better. Like notice little minute details.
Someone had a really who it was, Jamie, where they were talking about the invention of the bow and arrow, and they were saying the odds of this happening simultaneously all over the world are very unlikely, and that what's much more likely is that someone developed that technology to travel, and that when you go back to the earliest bow, that was, let's guess, 12,000 years ago they figured out the bow and arrow. 3,000?
I would say. I mean,
It has to be more. Pyramid.
yeah.
The pyramids are 5,000, 4,500. The conventional, so many people think it's
Let's say 10,000.
10,000 years for the bow and arrow. That means someone had to be traveling. Like, Native Americans had it, Indians had it, like, everybody had it, right? The Africans had it, like, everyone had the bow and arrow. Europeans had it. That was in 1200. The rise of Genghis Khan, 1200, 1200, 13. Yeah, they had crazy.
Yeah, they did.
They had they were talking about the guys, skeletons were just working. You know, like I'm talking about, like I'm trying to balance my body because of my forearm. Yeah, everything was their shoulders, their back, everything was working. What was so let's guess. What did we think?
I said 10,000
years? Let's say 5.
Okay. I just stumbled early. Arrows, archery, 100.
Okay, so roughly 4,000, 100 plus years ago. Guessing. So how does it get? How do those people get it? So if the Native Americans, if we have evidence, human beings in Mexico 20,000 years ago, when did they pick up the bow? Who got it to? Because by the time Columbus came in the 1400s, they already had it. So where'd they get it? Who taught them that?
Yeah.
Where'd they get it? Did they figure it out independently to put feathers as fletching and to put a that's cool picture. Wow.
Welcome, Audie.
That's crazy. Right. I never narrowed. I think that's shit. Great argument. Travel. Yeah. Wait. I always think bridges back years. That's what we want during land.
Yeah.
Michael, look at him.
Guys, I know you guys talked about, Hope and Young went over about, remember they took arrows?
Yeah, they're just slinging them.
And they're going to be gone for like, what,
Yeah.
7? Yeah. They'll have great stories about it. Hey, I'm going to go hunt and be back next year. Because it's like so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I just know that Fred Bear has the history of archery is a history of mankind. I always think of that. Man's been around. We've had the
Unless they just open up the door, having more kids, or being able to survive your family. And then you get an atlatl. Okay, how far can you throw that?
Yeah.
But then now all of a sudden, those fuckers over there are in trouble. They don't even know yet. They don't even know what to look out for. Things in the air. This. The 4 waves of bow and arrow use in North America. North America, this occurred at 12,000 years ago. So it's 3 Egyptian. 12,000 years ago. making walking. Asia, it was in Asia.
Yeah.
But 30,000 on those. Yeah. Subarctic brought Archie both to North America from Asia 30,000 years ago. Okay. How? 30,000. No, how are they figuring out how to make lives if they're restrained? It kills things.
Welcome.
Mongolian
How are you?
adopt the bow.
What's new, Ambience? Hello, Ambience. Can you hear me? Ambience. Can you hear me? Well, Ambience, I hope you're having a good day. Feel free to speak if you wish.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great. How'd you find out about me, Ambience?
This guy, and I saw, like, some random guy.
Absolutely. Perfect, man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Did you say that's okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome. Oh, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming 24/7 since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Ambience? That's okay. Just so you're aware, I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams 24/7, essentially creating the world's largest timeline or time capsule. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. People don't know this, but data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in 2018, and I have more data online than any person ever, which means that I may be a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to help you, I'm going to help your friends, I'm going to help your family to not only be financially independent if you're not already, but to have generational wealth, and then eventually start charities and perhaps even philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Ambience?
Something else.
Absolutely. I talk about other things that I feel are going to help the world, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, solving world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I am part of a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. It's known as Harry Potter, Obama Sonic, 10 Inu. It's a big long name, but it's worth about $100 million. And what it does, what we do as a project is we build wells in developing nations, such as in Nigeria, where we've built wells in villages to help people. We help those continue those kind of projects, but I'm also an advocate for the LifeStraw program. But most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that I talk about are things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like alien disclosure, and perhaps nuclear fusion, nuclear fission. I'm an advocate for things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that when extinct, scientists were able to de-extinct it. Uh, and fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates. I just think this is mind-blowing goal, and they've already uh, brought a type of direwolf back into fruition. They did this within the last few months. Actually, I think now those dire wolves are like 11 months old. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a really interesting project. Other things that I talk about that are going to help you specifically, and they're all with your consent. If you don't want any of this, you don't have to have it. If you don't want money, that's fine. If you don't want what I'm about to talk about next, you don't need it. That's fine. But the next thing is life extension technology. When you were born, Ambience, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, age 100, 120, I feel, is going to be achievable for you with types of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps nootropics, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, uh, things like ambrosia therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. I don't want my life to end. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize and afford a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, and a serial being, whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm saying to you, Andy, is that you may be able to have a digital immortality in the future. What are your thoughts on all of that I just said?
That's a lot.
Yes, it is. Everybody says that. You can see how passionate I am about these subjects. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. You found out about me from Kick, or apologies, from Blue Sky, and you know that I'm starting to get pretty well known on Blue Sky, and people are finding out about what I do. And just like you, I'm going to help you when the time is right. And if you want my help, if not, that's absolutely fine. But you should know more than anything that I tell about which I tell people. I'm here to be a positive influence on the world. I'm here to really be optimistic and just to give people hope. And so if there's anything that you ever need, Ambience, I'm always here to be able to support you in any of your endeavors. How's that?
I'll check in a little bit later.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you so much for coming in. Please spread the word. That's all I ask, okay?
Welcome. Bye.
Take care.
I don't even know who they are. Thousand years ago. But it's like, how does that get all around a bunch of different
Goers back. So it's like,
yeah, that's a recurve. No, I just mean like, oh, right.
yeah, I thought they were saying that they found those very
Yeah, deflection.
good. How did that information get yeah.
For the use of artificial tree images from the Paleolithic and cave 10,000 Spain and France groups deployed figures bow weapon of combat and even if methyl. That's that one documentary that Werner Herzog film. Um, that's crazy. Look at that one. That one. That one. Whoa. That's 1,000-year-old bow and arrow.
Wow. That's what anytime I get to people that are from shoot starts talking to bow rack, it's like I don't know how to shoot a bow and like they get it like still familiar, right? Because that's what man's always done. That's why it feels familiar.
MMA from the time we're figuring out how to catch fish, a lot of fish, get a reward. Right? That's the same feeling. That's why people like you shoot something, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like that's kind of fun, but it doesn't have the same.
No.
There's of archery when you hit something.
In animal, you're like, hit the arrow.
Yeah.
Or shoot it.
Yeah. That's why I was the other day. I was sending you pictures.
I know. Yeah.
I see that now.
That's just what. I mean, I'm driving horses, whatever, and I'm like, I see cows, legs.
Yeah.
Get an arrow. That's a lot. Perfect. It's just that's just you kind of program your brain to see.
Right, but it's also like the same drive that to run miles to be at your best. That also makes you concentrate on being accurate at archery all the time, thinking about archery all the time. If you don't, you won't be as good as you can be. You want to be as good as you possibly can be. You have to kind of think about that. Well, yeah, that's take over your fucking brain. Imagine if you can get those people back and be like, shit. This.
I want to go over, like, there's these people that have, what tribe is that have an Instagram page. I think they were Reds in Africa. I think I've sent you that. I want to go with them so bad. Yes. Yeah. Go over there so bad.
They would probably freak out. What are you doing?
No, when I went, I would just shoot. They put up a bird.
The odds of two, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the people that David Cho hung out with, right? Whoa! Interesting. Yeah, there's the upper left lady. What's she doing? Yeah. Let's wrap this up. Cam, your book title, undeniable. It is a perfect title. It really is. That's one of the things we always talk about. It's got to be undeniable.
Yeah.
Perfect name.
I just think it captures what we're trying to do in life.
Yeah. Yeah, what everybody's trying to do in life. If you're really trying to do something, you're going to have some haters. The best way is silence haters.
Man.
The undeniable.
Yeah.
So if you're talking shit, you just look like an idiot. You look like a fool.
Here's what I'm going to be. I'm going to hit pretty hard on making people, but it pays. No, undeniable to me. It's like what I've had on. I've learned something. You're featured in the book, but it's like what makes what regards to what they do each place, and there's certain characteristics of each person. What it is, it's like they have this overwhelming passion for whatever they're doing. It's like that's all they care about, all they think about. Dog and whoever you know of, you think of like a person's name, something, they're they're obsessed with whatever they're doing.
Speaking of obsessed, I'm obsessed with getting something right. I think the sagittal crest is actually the skull that gorillas have. I think I fucked that up. I think there's a different word. I was looking for a different word for those cracks in the skull. Not sagittal crest. I think the sagittal crest is that thing that separates what it looks like versus chimpanzee skull. There it is. Yeah, that's the sagittal crest. That's that ridge bone.
Yeah.
Suture. That's right. That's what they call it. So there's a coronal suture, and then there's the upper one. That's a fucking head. Imagine that's a person. Fucking that is. See that weird? That's what it was. Get that weird line. Oh, that's what. So it's radial foramen. So that's the sagittal suture, and then there's another suture. Another suture called yeah, lambdoid suture and the sagittal suture. So that's what the sagittal line. That's lower right hand corner. Grill in their skull because they have this giant chunk shit.
Get that ahead.
Oh, Have you ever seen the 3D animation? Because people always say, how many fucking think you could take to beat a gorilla? Well, guess what? It literally doesn't matter. So somebody made like you know, they do recreations. Yeah. Let's find out. They showed what would happen. And show what would happen if 100 dudes try to fight a gorilla. Spoiler alert: 100 dudes get fucked up. Look at this. Oh my god! Like there's gorillas trying to run, and just turns around, and just starts fucking people up.
Holy shit!
Yeah, you got no chance.
Could you imagine taking a big ride?
I would watch the first couple of people take a right, and I would take a left. Yeah. I would be like, see ya. I don't think gorillas can chase me.
Get on his back, you just grab him with one arm and throw you fucking 50 yards.
He would grab you and his grip would break your fucking rib cage. His fingers probably penetrate your skin and go right through your organs. Hey, he's fucking all these people up.
That guy took a couple in a row.
Russians probably tried this already. They probably already had. Look at this. All these other guys like, oh, I'm gonna give it a shot. Give it my best. Yeah, why are they there?
I don't know.
Because they're being forcefully running, trying to bitch ass hammer fist.
It's not. If you get your run and you're kind of dazed, and then you're just standing there.
Look how far away from us. Boom.
What? That would be a good one to end on. But here's what we really need to end on. Because last time, Endure was like the #1 seller, and they put it number 7 or something on time. So we need.
Why was it?
We need #1. We deserve #1. We should be #1 this time.
Didn't get #1 because of some weird shit. It's not
because the New York Times bestseller was free. It's an editorial.
Yeah, that's what's weird.
If it just goes based on sales, Endure would have been up there, but they gave me #7. So
crazy.
Why
lie? Why you? No. If you're gonna have a top 10, why lie? You're lying. You can't decide top 10 by a transgender person of color. Is it or
I don't know if it helps me to call them out or
no. They're gonna fuck you. No matter what. But America will know. But on Amazon, that's not true, right?
Yeah.
That'll be sales. That's the one that should count.
But yeah, I mean, the whole point. Also, I wanted to end on. I wouldn't have the success out for you. You wrote the forward to Endure, made the New York Times bestseller list. You know as well as anybody, next book say from the New York Times bestselling author of Endure. That just makes the next one crazy. So without you, this wouldn't have happened.
Well, without you, I would have never been bow hunting.
And we wouldn't.
Yeah, we wouldn't own archery. All right, let's bring it home. Endure is out now.
It's out May 6th.
May 6th.
Oh no, Endure's out.
Oh, Undeniable. Undeniable is out May 6th. Today's April 29th. So wait a week.
Tuesday.
Did you do the audio version of it?
I did. Yeah. People.
Yeah, they do. They want it. It has to. It has to.
Yo, thank you.
My pleasure. I love you to death. All right. Bye, everybody.
Rogan experience.
Bring my day, Joe Rogan Plus. Yes, my name. All day. Go. Hey, my man. I cannot believe I'm here. I can't believe you're here either. Happy go. I remember when, people began telling me, hey, Joe Rogan. I was like, Joe Rogan, what? I'm always lost. Yeah, Joe Rogan loves Bazaar. Yeah, loves Bazaar in Las Vegas. It's my favorite restaurant. Loves Bazaar meat in Las Vegas. And I'm like, really? Shit? You're happy. your restaurant setup so good. Walk in, those Argentine grills are going with the live wood fires. Oh, you smell the steaks right when you walk in. Oh, perfect honey pot. Because if you're not hungry, you get hungry the moment you walk in the door.
So you know, Bazaar, I opened first one 15 years ago in LA. There is hotel, I mean, hotel, let's, I Philip Star, Planetarium was the main behind the whole project. And the restaurant just became, wow, big, big, big. They're crazy. Like Alice in Wonderland, like Joe in Wonderland. But then when we were opening SLS, the same hotel in Vegas, we were like, let's do Bazaar, but and obviously what everybody loves in Vegas. I mean, we got the spirit of the original Bazaar, main dishes, the whimsy, the cotton candy foie gras, the peachy steak, the you eat in one bite back. We brought meats from different parts of the United States, different parts of Spain, Europe, American pork, big grill, and was kind of fancy. Fancy. You could go cotton candy and cones of caviar. By the way, I have here some if you're hungry later. But then you can go and you eat the steak. That's it. Why is Vegas a big? It feels like it's a lot of steakhouse. A lot of not a lot of great ones though. A lot of women. Overall, it's good. I'm not gonna be the one saying.
There's a few that
You can. I'm not gonna be the one. I'm not gonna be. I mean, listen, it's very shit. My friend Tom Coppelio had one. That one. Tom, you don't even know that. It's a legacy. I don't know what Tom Coppelio, the chef. Wow, you know everything.
Yeah, that one's great.
Yeah, that one's. And Tom is a great guy. Crab steak. Crab.
Yeah,
The crab one. And him Wolfenbach has one. Anyway, there is many other ones with names, chefs behind, no chefs, big name chefs, no name. Yeah, it will be. That's very good. Very. Yeah, people. This is good you mentioned that because when we go to Vegas, we stay the casinos, and we go to the casinos, hotels.
Yeah.
And me, I've always been a big fan of saying it's okay, but make the effort, leave the casino, yeah, leave the strip, and also visit the other restaurants because they deserve that we visit them. Vegas, the casinos, but Vegas, like every other city in America, every other city in the world, is so much. Right. We all go to the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, here we go. That's it. Nothing else. No. Go beyond the yeah. Everybody's going. But a bazaar, I mean, bazaar. Where? Another star. Well, no, it's a reason. No, it's a good casino. It's a good casino. And they do a good job. And they own a good guy. I'm sure. And they're going to put a great concept there, too. And I don't know yet. They didn't announce. If I can, I will help them. I've been helping them. I'm moving to the bazaar meet. What is that? At the end of two, you'll be there. You'll be invited. You'll be invited. My favorite. I'm very happy because it's almost. I don't know if it's the same as when a player moves to an NBA. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. No, I mean, but you know, it's that feeling, right? It's like I'm going to this new casino. It's great, closer to my other restaurants, the Cosmopolitan. I can go walk from one to each other. Better for me. Yeah. And then I had the other bazaar, which is bazaar. Man, I'm sorry, for sure, but no, restaurants are like my baby. You cargo. Yeah, the bazaar made in Chicago, the bazaar right. So bazaar, it's kind of again restaurants for me never been. Uh, God knows I'm not either not the business. I'm surrounded by good. I am a creative guy. So that's why if you're it wouldn't. But I should. It's not doing what you're doing. It's not a bad thing, but I am a tourist. You are, yes, you are a troubadour. I mean, people troubadour. I will tell the stories happening around the world. People, you're a storyteller, right? I, I am not very good at anything. My English, I miss a lot of words that I wish I knew. So yeah, but now I could express myself better. No. But I'm a storyteller. I tell the stories. That's yeah. Well, you do a fantastic job of that. I'm trying to busy, and that you so good businessman that you can trust, and you trust. That's the perfect man. You know that 55 become a dial, dial 30, 2016, and I realized, yeah, person, man, other, all stable, all that the more you, the more realize you know. Right. In the old days, be 23, yeah, I know. Now, I, I don't know something, and even if I know something in a conversation, I used to know about I said, I don't know why, because I want to, because I want to learn. I realized that um, very early, not university, not even beginning first year of high school, out, I graduated in the first year. That one of the education, but not in the traditional way. The traditional way was just being there 6 hours a day. All the 100 things we have in Spain. Nothing. No. Listen, I respect King, and I love the King of Spain, a great man, a great human being. It has nothing to do with that. It's only I didn't want to know what I didn't in his history. It's not what I was interested in what they did, basic, but not knowing I was their names. That's that. So I needed to learn. So I realized the more I know, and I'm in this moment, I'm 55, but I'm eager to learn more and learn. So when I listen, I only want to be a better person by learning. Yeah. Well, that's beautiful. And when you're young, you think of everything. And as you get older, there's a quote by, I think it's I said this, that as the bonfire of enlightenment grows, the surface area of ignorance is exposed. So the more you learn, the more you realize there's so much you don't know. Whereas as you're young, you think, yeah, fucking, I figured it all out. And then as you get older, there's so much I don't know. Not only that, there's no way I can, it's not. That's why fools argue about things that they don't know. Instead of just going, what is that? How does that work? Instead of actually being genuinely curious, like to try to pretend they know what they know. It's not possible to breathe underwater. Don't pretend you can. It's not possible to know everything. You can't. There's gonna be people that know things that you don't know. Celebrate them. Enjoy it. You know, I think that's one of the best things that's ever happened to me through this podcast. Like I said, so many different people, so many different lives, so many different passions, so many different interests, studies. An amazing education. But I was a lot like you. I did not want to sit in school. Whatever ADHD is, I have it. Whatever the fuck it is. I'm raising my hand. I got it. I mean, it's like sometimes I have people that, oh, my son had like you amazing smart individuals there. And I feel like I connect with him because we're alike. So yeah. I raise my hand. I have that too.
I subscribe to the idea that it power. I really because I think the people that can't focus on nonsense, generally speaking, they can focus on things they love. Really focus. They get really excited about certain things. But everything else they can't be bothered with. Like when I was a kid, I remember being in math and checking out. Because I said, wait a minute, can I do this on a calculator? Yes. There are calculators, right? And it's unlimited supply of battery, right? They said yes. I'm out. I'm out. I'm not gonna think about math now. This is not I can do all this math on a calculator. Obviously that's a but I remember thinking that at 13 I'm out. I'm not gonna think about this. I'm gonna use a calculator. Yeah, but just give me the result. Yeah. Because I don't need to know how you made all those numbers work. Okay, I know it's real. Okay, that's great. I'm interested in other things. But the thing is, school was to make the factory work. That's what school. The American by the Rockefellers, they're essentially preparing people to be cogs. They're preparing people to just show up, do what you're told, and live life of quiet desperation. Sit there, or whatever they tell you to. You're gonna have to go and work it. If you don't want to do all day long, show up and do it again. You're fine. Die.
I don't know if I will 100% agree with that statement in the sense of it was created by his time. I think
America was created by time.
yeah, but
The idea of sitting people down, especially young kids, for 8 hours a day.
but the schools and education go way beyond America. Go back in time. With also an interest for writing and teaching and sharing knowledge. And obviously the very few black centuries and centuries ago were the ones that were able to acquire that knowledge.
Yes, but I think starting people off and class all day, that's relatively new. Sitting people in the classroom relative. This is not did hundreds of years ago. Think about all the great scholars in the past. They started
Yeah,
school. They didn't do it today.
I'm not an expert on that. I can tell you when my daughter began going to school, I had to take them.
That's where everybody's in the same grade, right?
Very much, but the type of learning and the type of teaching and the method, the story, I was fascinated. I was fascinated that I almost felt like as a dad, I had to go to school to learn the Montessori system myself because I thought it was great. I thought it was giving my daughters a great a great framework to understand, be themselves, but well, organize themselves, giving them the freedom to become the young woman they are becoming. So for me, watching them going through when they were 4 or 5, going to Montessori, I thought it was amazing. They saw little human beings. They were far away smarter when I was at them age. There was no uh, system of education that was guiding them like cows or like horses.
Right.
When they, how do you call this thing?
Blinders.
The blinders?
Yeah.
No, it was the contrary. It was opening their world, not only 360, but almost three-dimensional, giving them options for them to be their own destiny. Uh, I think that's why my daughters became so highly opinionated. And so, Daddy, thank you for your opinion, but let me tell you something else. Okay. And I so, yeah, I'm not expert on education. I see your point. Um, but still, I'm not going to lie to you. I wish that in time, in way, proper education. Many ways, I wish I slightly more proper. I learn business every time. You know, Winston Churchill, they claim he said that success is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. I had a lot of successes, but I had my share of failures, like I'm sure everybody
stopping again, or picking up the pieces. But again, that's a great quote. Failure to failure road. That's a great quote. But I don't know. Every phrase is a good phrase. They don't know who would give it. Right. Give it to Winston Churchill. Or Socrates. Yeah, Socrates. Yeah. But whatever it is, it's accurate. I just think that there's a lot of life, and the problem they're preparing you for a job. And I think a lot of very creative people that would serve better if they had more open-ended education, were allowed to do their interests and be excited about certain things and get a rudimentary education in other things. That's just my opinion. I think there's certain people that they just don't fit in the regular 9 to 5 life. It's not for them. Like I said, you can call it ADHD, whatever you want to call it. Well, all my friends, everyone I hang out with, I don't know anybody that's built for regular life. Yeah, on that I feel I'm more I think the best university is the University of Life. Yes. As long as teaching, as long as really something really challenging yourself, really applying yourself. That's I agree with you. And a lot of I think the more interest you have, the more you're fascinated by, the broader your understanding means, better life. Yeah. And engaging. Yes. Engaging. I know lately I've been taking taxi rides. I drive sometimes, but I realize the most fascinating moment is when I go back to this great. Well, I mean, in UK, everybody would, like that. People may recognize me, really in New York, and then you have to reach these things of education that happen. Yeah, it's the only way. I mean, I have this. This is another commercial change the recipe, which I'm covering, and I say one of the quotes I use very important that phrase very many times. Life starts and comes so. When I was talking about education, that means that the true education happens at the comfort of the right. Because you are not right. What it is, and that's it. People can but then that's really, yeah. A lot of people don't have experience challenging themselves. Fearful, fearful, they can anxiety, and they never learn how to challenge problems. They never push them because of that. Terrified of it. Like, who makes something you've never done before? Maybe you ever go learn how to speak Spanish. Go do something. Something different. And try to do something else. Try to add a little. Don't just go right into like the triathlon. Something that makes you a little nervous. And then try to build on that. But do it intentionally. That's my advice. Remember that these are reasonable. Sometimes they are so well actually what very certainly I think the world is wonderful, but for centuries, for thousands of years. And the earth is beautiful, but the world of the earth, yeah, get lost in a forest, yeah, without anybody, without anything.
and without a knife. Things are gonna happen. It's life in the waters, in the dark ocean. There are things moving in the water. Things are complicated. If you are trying to figure it out, it's mushroom poison. To be a to be a human for centuries, for thousands of days. So I'm going to say this part of this part of ours that we want to be in a place we feel protected and equally we want to protect loved ones. It's a natural response to evolution about true, but also the contrary. When they get rewards from risk, start getting very excited about teaching, get excited about adventure, excited about things where you're not certain about the future. Like you opening up the car meets, who knows? Who knows? I think it's great. But who knows? Like things, challenges. Challenges are exciting. That's why sometimes on that game. That's what you're paying for. On the top of mountain, right before you get it. You were saying you want to open up a restaurant where almost you have to get to the top of the mountain. You have to walk 4 miles. Yeah. If you get there and the first thing they're taking, wait, you have to camp on the That's it. Yeah. I know all of us get no rock that people that the Everest. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah. Yeah, so go to the top. But they had 10 guys carry their belongings, the sharpest, the most like the actual. I was in the countries that close the amazing the top, the Taiwan, the France, all the big. I was mandatory that you have your own. People can argue that okay, but then it's what I are you there? Why is that? Like, okay, but when I'm there, we say you like scuba dive, down into the ocean and bring air, going to the Everest and bring air. But I take my bottom with me. I don't live there, the bottom of the ocean, the scuba dive. I leave the ocean. That's the real problem. Amazing. All over the side of the Joe, there's no one that be holding their boat. I get it. But they can put it on the bag, maybe on yeah. How many bodies are on the side of Everest? Well, how many bodies? How many bodies are on Everest? As climate change, it's not taking down some of the ice and the snow, and it was very no climate change there. That's very cold over the home. I don't know. I've not been. Not yet. But some ice is disappearing. Of that, any of that. 30? Over 300 of that. 300 of that. Very dangerous. Even? Yeah. Their bodies. Like that. But I see your point. But this is an interesting side with the topics. Even myself, I thought, when you die one day, as you grow older, it's like all these things. I will check. I go working by me. Check. Here I am. So maybe one day, I should do it, but more like the old days, more takes really. They're his body. The first guy they think he made it the top. He's going to body's all the way down. Made it, he died on the way down, or all the way. But yeah, not without oxygen. mentioned about the tribes, and over, and before that, having the conversation about the war, then you, that's why we like, then you, I'm protected by faith, by love, right? But what everything, that's why then humans had to be part of family, part of a little tribe, because we cannot all be good. You like your friend, like my, I'm, I, I, I know the things that which are not many, but I know the things that not life, work, surround yourself with those people, cover your blind. Surround yourself with friends, cover your blind spots, and make you better. The same way making them better. Where everybody covers each other weakness. Well, yeah, I know the way. Everybody has to work hard. I mean, that's one of the most underappreciated grueling jobs. Your kitchen, 15 other guys, women, everyone's running around. Everyone's got a job. 100 people out there to be served. You're running around making things happen. Orders are coming in. Get rare. The ultimate power. The ultimate power is that power. That's why we are all rested, right? Um, but the power of body, that's all the power of money. No, but you don't. What you do? So,
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? How was your day? Lovely. We missed you. Okay, dokie. We are ready. Audie, do you want an invitation? Audie? Audie, can you hear me? Audie, you were just here. Audie. All right. Well, Miss Aquarius, then it's table for two, I guess. Audie, let me know if you're available. All right. Could be. You got it. No doubt. Oh, okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. Whoa. That was not what we wanted. That looks good. Nice spare. All right. I need to match that. Okay. I'm gonna get this spare. No doubt. Yes. Get it. That looks good, Miss Aquarius. Nice spare.
Thank you, thank you. Come on, everybody, got this.
Got it. Oh, come on. Garbage.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. Get it.
Okay. You got this, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. Perfect. Oh, I've got this though, no doubt.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, just stop doing it. I'm down already.
Absolutely.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Good spare is right.
Thank
You're welcome.
you.
That's a good strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay!
Word, girl.
You win on me. Let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
Yay!
All right, I'm gonna get this split. I'm gonna try. Yes.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you. You can
Okay, one more.
sure. The key is, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but hitting it where the like getting the right angle on it, I guess.
Okay.
When you have one, we'll walk you through it.
I have to practice more. Because I need more practice. Not like Zoo, but I need more practice. I
You're,
can admit it.
you're hilarious.
Yeah. All right, bye.
What I wanted. Whoa, that was garbage.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
There you go.
Come on now.
All right. Perfect.
Thanks, too.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Ooh. Ooh. Very good.
It's okay. You got this.
Yes, ma'am.
There.
That's what I'm talking
That was a curve. I went in. See? about this.
Ma'am. Get it. Got it.
Good job.
Thank you. Here we go. That's it. That's one. Not it. Okay. So like this one is a split. So I kind of want to hit on the left side of the front pin so that it goes to the right. Oh no, I didn't do it. But that's what I would want to do. Alrighty, Mr. Aquarius.
Good job.
I'm win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah, I'm undefeated when you're undefeated. Yay!
Yay.
All
Alright, girl. Alright, you get to sleep in tomorrow, right?
I get to sleep after the therapy tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I know you do. I didn't know what time it was. Alright, well, you don't have work though. Alrighty, ma'am. Well, I'll do my best to wish you a good day tomorrow. And if I'm asleep, apologies. And you have a wonderful evening.
Alright, see you later.
Yes, ma'am.
Next time you come back, I'm gonna come back for February if you're not asleep, okay?
Okie doke. Sweet dreams.
Alright. Sweet dreams. I may come in here and take a nap.
Please do.
Alrighty. Sweet dreams. Love you, Rabbi.
Love you too, Miss Aquarius.
But now my profession, this profession, become my profession, has been very big. It's more than being a chef. It's the restaurant business, but for sure, change. I will change. Nothing happens. Listen, at the break, the last chef's table, where I am one chef. This is they've done a documentary. They've done a documentary of my kids and myself. I'm gonna see anybody. That's hard. House. You're gonna see me telling stories about me cooking with my mom. Not like that. I guess that's it, right? But my profession is slowly but surely because everybody. I always talk about very important life, books, chefs, now, Carlota, an amazing young human being. She came out to the world as a father. I began having. At the moment you realize there's always so much pressure on everybody. I feel as a man, a lot of pressure. You see the man and everybody goes, you tell that nothing came with instruction. No, they have to be a boyfriend. Okay, what is that? What do I do? Manual? What is the right? Then you get married. Hey, my husband, I'm gonna fall short. Being a husband needs to be obviously a friend and a provider, but the wife was working. And actually, it was without a job. He was the one bringing. They fired me. Maybe same restaurant three times. A restaurant I've always been part of, but technically I was even fired. I fired technically, and the third half of the fire myself. Why was right for the stuff? To be there, because they were private, but no, a restaurant. And I'm a creative guy, you know, the guy that used to run numbers and calls and sorry. Concentrated in make the best food dishes. And the restaurant needed more numbers and food court, labor, and scheduling. Like, what? I'm a cook. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook. I want to cook. I don't want to be running numbers. So that's why. But anyway, the life comes with an instruction. You always are looking around it. But my daughter born, like, okay, what are the instructions? I'm barely aware of how to become a young boy and be proud. Now I'm a husband. Now I'm a father. I'm still learning about everything. And nothing comes with instructions. But one thing I realized was the lessons of life. That moment that I had this amazing joy, happiness, wow, I'm a father. I was part, or at least I did my little tiny part. I don't know if I did 1%, why the 99 for reasons they carry it for 9 months. They take the burden of they actually make it. They actually make it, but we do our little thing, right? Our little thing that we put in there. But it's for the record. Everything. Correct. Correct. But that young girl comes to the world. And the moment I realized our food, when my wife gets raising her to her first time she's and I realized the basic power of food. First gift we receive from tangible message of I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna love you. It's mother's our mother cannot feed us. That's not be our dad with baby formula, or be the nurse, or be the grandma. But that moment that we are brought somebody's arms, that moment feels our connection forever. That's the moment that we are all here. Push in the way we can get for obvious reasons. We need to be alive. But that tells you a little part of the entire found story, the connection that we have with and that's why then be the yes, it's mother in any way. They're only the ones that keep the legacy of the mothers feeding humanity. That first mother's milk. That's that. The ground of white food types in who we are forever. Well, it's also an art form. The temporary art. It's an art that you can and I think because it's not like they could listen to over and over again or comedy or a movie
literature, we don't think of it as an art form. I didn't realize it was an art form until I started watching the show. No Reservation, the original one on the Travel Channel. And being really a big fan of that show, I realized like, oh, this because of his narration. Narration wrote all the descriptions, the cultures that he would visit, the people, and the shit. How it was all in his language, his mind, and he wrote it all out. He didn't have writers and script writers. He wrote all the narrative. And I think then I realized his passion for cooking and for shit, his deep appreciation for other shit. It wasn't about him. And he was always very self-deprecating in his own ability. It was about other how amazing they were and how he loved to go and visit them. And sometimes it was someone's mother that was Sunday, but how his mother, he would have someone translate what she was saying, ask questions. Like, then I realized, like, oh, this is art. And I never did. A little embarrassed. I was like, oh, this is not just bullshit. It's a form of art. It's something that's it's just an unheralded art. Because everybody, and it's not always art, like tweaking art, calories, you need to stay alive. We don't think of it, but when you've done passion, done creative way, like not a stress, but it's like going to see an incredible concert, like going to see a movie that rocks your world. Same thing. Someone expressing themselves through a medium. That medium is the medium, the one medium that we all consume. Everyone consumes that medium. When I talk to people and they say, I don't really care about food, it's just fuel for me. You're an idiot. You're missing out on life. You're missing out on a giant chunk of life, which is delicious food. Delicious food you enjoy with others. Also part of it. Enjoying delicious food by yourself is not nearly delicious food with other people. Community. Going back to our tribal ancestors sitting on a campfire. I know where mother. Yeah, that's nice. I miss Tony. No idea. You know, it few shows. No idea by me. Eric Ripper. Many shows.
Howdy.
And we spent a lot of time together. And together. With every other. There's Eric. Hotel there. A restaurant. Eric Ripper. The nicest, talented chef. Bernard Den. Restaurant. Eric, we call ourselves Three Amigos. We spend time together, cigar, and on the beach, scuba diving. So when we decided next expedition life, definitely, I but the actually kitchen, people came there, and broke my heart. Remember, I speak very happened less than a month before I was in North Spain, the, where I was shooting what it became passion and hard, not like every, you know, many hundreds of millions around the world. Person that place probably listen to know what. When I listen to you,
speak like Tony, and yo, in a way, you are like, like, and Tony always had those wisdom. He always didn't mind to speak mind, and he was a very straightforward shooter. He didn't try to tease anybody up. Only be Tony, respectful, but and I'm with that forever. We will miss him. Even I think he never left. He's here. So many parts of all of us. Because way of telling stories, ways to coming the making sure that learn that the world was a beautiful place. Remember the story he did about Iran? He went to Iran. And sometimes you think about Iran and with the news, looks like the people of Iran they are just a show. They're like, man, the Iranian people are crazy. You know, blame the leader, maybe on the leader, but the Iranian people, they're good people. They're like you and like me, you know. But maybe look different. Yeah, maybe they have a different language. Maybe, and obviously we know a lot of Iranians are here in America. They're wonderful people. Show what's the legacy that show us that the world is not such a scary place, and it's okay to open yourself to the world. We were talking before about people that they get into their cocoon and they don't want to move beyond their comfort zone. Only show us that are not like us. They're actually okay. For people that are going to expand our horizon, our thoughts. That was beautiful. Amazing. Perfect. A long time since people were watching show. I love the painting that but I didn't try to I mentioned the price, gather price, and I love it. But when I say first thing, come out of the I open the door and there is this big space of money and I'm like, hey, that's a feeling I'm home. Yeah. I've got a couple of art. You look nice. Love art. Love I just love things that's there's anything that's about like I need around very I like to be all the option you know when I found out because my friend made the lead Tony had really gotten it. That's how one of the I was friends with in actually so show to get money because I one episode part of the day asking how to finish junction. He and I are on the ground on the dirt. I'm saying now when I'm like showing him triangle in the dirt. We're like wearing hunting clothes, everything like that, and I'm like, no, 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 this way, and then trap the head here and turn it like this. So we're like, I'm like, now do it to me, like we're working with each other, like on the ground, like fascinated by martial arts, and I thought it was wonderful. Like, he's this sensitive, creative, poetic guy, but he found the beauty in jiu-jitsu. But the outside person, uninformed, it looks like this brutal caveman activity, but it's not. It's very complicated and creative martial arts. And he was obsessed with it. And he didn't start doing it 15 years old. Kind of crazy. But he really got obsessed with it. Entered into tournaments, age appropriate tournaments, and really well.
training every day. And you've got private lessons. Really good stuff.
I can tell you that. When we were shooting in Asturias, a few of the places came in England. One of the things he always did is finding out where was the local jiu-jitsu, hanging place. And it's very funny. In Oviedo was a place, and he would go there, and for 1-2 hours he would be fighting against local guys. So fascinating to see how even on weeks he was supposed to be concentrated on shooting. He always found time to do what he. So Maynard got his black. Maynard was also very interested, joking around like maybe one day he'll have a celebrity jiu-jitsu. So I'm in Chicago. Show Chicago. I get a text message from Maynard. There's a bunch for that celebrity jiu-jitsu. Because I don't know what that means. And then I Google. I have it. Then I just didn't. Then there's moments where first I feel like if I was there I could have done. No, the feeling like just sometimes you're not alone and you're gonna be okay. Whatever you think is the worst thing that's happening here is not. You're loved. You're loved. You're amazing. There's more to see. You don't want to hurt them. You don't want to hurt your wife. You don't want to hurt your family. You don't want to hurt your daughter. You don't want to hurt your wife. Don't do it. I know it feels impossible because you're. Sometimes I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't be able to do anything wrong. But there's that haunting feeling. I could have. Man, that feeling fucking sucks. That feeling of could have there. I think we could have had some laughs. We could have joked around about some stuff. We would have been okay. That's I bet you feel the same way, right? I think something being those shit. And Barry was shooting with him. Plans with happened. Actually, he's the one that Jerome. Isn't he? It's okay to because that means you care. But the message here only check good friends. Obviously for pressure team, the NBA or having a year or birthday or a party or celebrating life, playing darts, having beer with no plan. What are you doing today? I'm having a beer. I'm joining you. Great. That's great. The pressure. But the true friendship are those moments. Even you show up when you're not invited. You feel something. Maybe it's okay to know. It's okay to cut. It's okay. Maybe get it. It's okay. It's like you gives me joy to see that you're another person that really loves. Narrate without many others around. If you back that we reach. So thing is when it does it. I don't think that's all there. There. That's more many especially when we disagree about any just let's be kinder to each other of the people you know and people you don't know. Right. So we are all more good. and what we say and our opinion, they may be touching, affecting somebody else. Somebody else we know, somebody else. That's okay. Celebrate the good times and agree all the time what we can. But there be moments of alone, moments of sadness, moments of hate, of just be kinder even in those moments. If anything doesn't, you don't know what anybody. Another lesson that I take, but that I have with a person, even if it's correct, even if I was, even if I was right, that I never go. But every good interaction I've ever had, each person, each have been smiling, we found common ground. Always been great. You know, there's going to be people that you run into in life who are stubborn and they want to, they want that. They feel they're stupid. Well, not, they're not bad. Bad, they have bad program, bad, whatever the patterns of behavior that are ingrained in their consciousness. They're forgiving, they're have a way of living life out of it. You know, you can't fix that. You gotta, when you encounter those people to people out of your life. You know, like some people you have to interact with. Really, and try to not have conflict. I don't want. I'm good at conflict. Maybe I do. Break it. You got to break the neck of anybody. I mean, even verbal conflict. There's just conflict. I'm not interested. Not what I like out of life. What I like out of life is fun. It's being around it. Challenges. Doing creative learning. Learning about myself. Learning about other people. Learning about life. Conflict, distraction from your own personal needs for the most part. A lot of what you're angry at other people, a lot of times you're really distracting yourself with life. It's a flaw. And I try to filter it out as much as possible in my life. Not interested. Yeah, I'm trying to say. It's really fun. The most important word with the whole our vocabulary is second. But the most important one, people have hard time. Try to. But God knows I'm not imperfect. We're sorry about such a good. And me, yeah, that's don't say hard. Correct. Hard, you're actually hard. You're your best. Not to change your effort, if you're raise your voice, but thank you, importance, most because it takes a minute. A lot of people would never say sorry. That's terrible. It's terrible to walk. That's a really like tell you why. Actually, it's such a beautiful, especially when you're partying. Obviously, it's beautiful. But when you're in a tune, you're seeing the sunrise, or you're seeing the sun, seeing the moon. You see how little you are. But at the same time, how God gives you power to far of amazing you. Then you are standing there, you are like, ah, I am earth, so beautiful. And we all of beautiful I should. Don't make it worse. If anything, leave it as it. And if you can, do whatever you can, make it a little bit better. And that's our destiny. Yeah. You only need to don't forget it. That's it. Forget it. And if you can do a little bit more, even better. When I am in good places, I go to the thing, and my wife is there, Kathy, from the possession that England has there in the south space. Maybe one day England gives it back to Spain. There is space that almost you can touch Africa. You feel like your finger touch Africa. This straight, and it feels like even a movie cannot replicate the amazing place you are. Birds, the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean, and continents that want to love each other, but they are separate by the body of water. They are. I began circling in 360. I'm like, oh my God, what a beautiful planet. What a beautiful. One time, my oldest daughter, very young, went to Hawaii, Big Island, and just on the park, top of the observatory at Ikea, the Keck Observatory, whatever. And we were driving up there, and they said, well, it's a cloudy night, it's terrible, but maybe a bit lucky. There'll be some stars. So we're driving. As we're driving, we're gonna get up there and then drive further. As we very high in the star, all the whole way, the entire sky was filled with stars. There's no light because the Big Island has lighting, and they have specific lighting just for the observatory. It doesn't light stars from up there. And I remember that day, it's yesterday, I think every time that's what I remember. I don't fast. Good day. Oh my God! Like you are in a you're hurling. It's the only protect everything else. Gas, layer of gas that surrounds. And of course, it's life. It's one of those. Oh, it, oh, we're just not ready. Oh yeah. I'm sure they're trying. Some of them, I think they're trying to contact others like we are. I had a guy on this stuff that they have tree crafts. They're not intelligent. During the Bush administration, during George Bush's administration, they were contemplating code, wanting to get all these scientists, colleges, make a list of things that would be negatively impacted by disclosure and things that would be positively impacted by disclosure and value, like a value, and calculate it all up and cons outweigh pros, decided pros. But during the Bush, during George Bush's administration, during 9/11, during that time period, they were contemplating 2004. They were contemplating having disclosure and release the fact that they're in possession of non-intelligent craft. They covered biological beings on other planets that are preserved. Non-human crafts are or might not might actually might have base started working on 2000 and 100 that went up. Is it obvious about it? This is how they call it? Zone 51, Area 51. Listen, nothing will give me more joy. As a young boy, I thought, man, the guy that finds it was a bit cool. and especially if in good alien species, alien species of goodness. Imagine in the science fiction movie, and planets like Mars is far out. Yeah, let's say they're here. You know? Let's say that all the junk food and extra calories and the obesity pandemic is something like alien civilization has orchestrated. And so as we become fatter, they're going to be able to recollect more protein to take back to their planet. Okay? That could be a great, this big movie, and then we eat, and they'll take it to us, and they'll put it on the planet, and at our stomachs, we have potatoes. I don't know. But I only would say that already happened. The government, the U.S. government, number one, thinks everything only happens in America. All the great movies of the world, everything happens in America. The science fiction movies. And me, as a young boy, like, that's why I wanted to come to America. Because, man, the aliens never visit the space. It's always America. Everything good always happens in America. And that's what. But I would say that if already something like that happened, and we've not debated again, means they're good aliens. But I would think that at this point, our government share with us things that will forever change the present and the future of humanity. You think they would already start? Why not? No, I'm like, there's a bunch of one of the problems. They've been studying this stuff for decades. Studying this stuff, the back engineering crafts, all that stuff takes money. And the way they get that money is by they lie to Congress. They lie about put people in jail. In order for them to tell the truth, they have to themselves serious prosecution. You're in trouble. Black and a bunch of people that lie to Congress knows where all the money's moving around. And then there's also the fact that we work on crafts. You have to they're the ones who reject, they're the ones who patient. You have to right, bring in private industry now. You have government tells you that their competitors suffer. So the competitors go under, then the competitors pay whatever Raytheon gave on special generator back in flying saucer. Why did you give it General Electric? Why did you give it this company or that company? Like, it's all Lockheed Martin. So there's too many problems in terms of legal ramifications, prosecution. People are going to their careers. They're going to be brought in front of Congress. They're going to have to testify. The only way they're going to really have closure at this point is amnesty. The government is listen. Let the past be the past. No one's going to get in trouble, but for the greater good of humanity. Tells. And that's a you mentioned about aliens living in the ocean, Atlantis. Well, it's not Atlantis, but technically it's Atlantis. The water. No, Atlantis was a city above the. Correct, but technically somewhere submerged. They're looking for the pyramids, and some of the drawings and paintings. I mean, we can go to Peru, the Incas, we can go with the Mayas, sure, Guatemala, and it's a lot of people visit connection of things they found that they say already nations rather than they have a believing that it has to happen. And I respect the opinion of people who looks expert and spend a lot of time. I see that you believe in it. I don't think that it's the boy that will want to be, that they are planet and we are alone. I would be joy. Yeah. So I hope that there are good people and that happens. Yeah.
that you and I and everybody else around the world, maybe that's the moment that the world becomes one. And all of a sudden, we are all fighting. You remember what was the movie? Independence Day. If they are the bad guys, you and I, you will be doing YouTube against an alien and me, I will be with two pens, I don't know, crushing their heads. But let's hope that they are more like, no like, and well, I would have look at the trajectory of the planet. The world is that it's ever been more smarter than they've ever been. Fair with more acts of information and general people are kind and less than they've ever been. There's still problems. The tribal being territorial. That's what we are. But I would say they are so sophistical of beyond their if they weren't, if they have reached us, they could have destroyed us a thousand. But we, with our inability to go to other galaxies, destroy ourselves. For sure, they can destroy us. I don't think that's what they're interested in. I think we are an emerging civilization, the galactic. I think that if you look at primitive man and you look at primitive primate, look at current our technological achievements, all of our medical achievements, our ability to enormous groups of people and our concern about the environment and all the things that make us so special as human beings, I would imagine that that would be worth species. I think that's the only thing. And obviously, that's you don't get to us if tribal, territorial. Technically, they say that it's like, digamos, even if we are able to achieve our human body health, will not be able to thrive. Whatever that means. But now we see that we can be sending our conscience another way out our body. Happens one day. Me, what I know, the thing I'm interested in is I wish I will be alive when we put the first restaurant in the moon or the first restaurant in Mars, and I will be there just cooking for the first people. I've done my little part. Many chefs, many, they've done to NASA their work and they put their mark on food that has been standing in space station. I did it. My dream was them paella, the Spanish rice, the space station. And I partnered with a company called AXIM. One of the companies helping provide services to NASA to bring astronauts, and then they will do 1,000 millions to the station. And was a Spanish American. Yeah, and he was saying actually, because I mean, they asked first rate, and we're up. Yeah, nice. And he very calm. A ella valenciana, we send would you like to see what I right now, couches, then you bread, liquid, pouring to the mouth, and I think are okay. Rice very good. We tried to make the paella by the paella at the end was as a traditional paella. The grains of rice are fully
separate each other, which on Earth kind of good idea. But in space, you open the pouch, all of a sudden you start having all those little rice floating in the station, and there is the moment you want chopsticks. Like, oh my God. I was on the edge of collapsing the space station, but it's a Japan. What I've been working on with this guy I mentioned here, that he came up with a kitchen that would be the kitchen, and he won a competition, the kitchen that astronauts use one day, hopefully soon enough. David and that amazing guy here, and it's two prototypes of this prototype. My team has been working with them, Cherise, Ukrainian cheese, that Cherise, look at that's a cornbread. That's a cornbread. And I was because this is how food would look in space. One day we have a or in Mars, a brownie, and if you're in a massive food, it looks like kind of circumference because that machine that centrifuge like can go out of heat. And the reason is that the ingredients will float. If you don't design will move ingredients to the sky, kind of kitchen where don't go to the bottom, but you will not be able to grab it. Then you mac and running, especially Mars. Astronauts are gonna have to be doing something. Keep their mind for and one of the things would be why not? Why not better quality? This amazing guy to see is the guy that just came up with the kitchen. I feel like I'm Forrest Gump, then you get the opportunity to get something like a kitchen. And that'll be so great morale too because it's gonna eat out of a delicious. So you can enjoy a real taste. Cheese. Excuse me, hey, come back here. Hello? He's like, hello, oh, the fish. Go away. Lambert, go back to baby. Yeah, you got it. But, cool. Yeah, listen to me. I love science fiction. I comic about fiction. Yeah, I have a big collection of comics. Yeah, it has to do with more the space, more. And yeah, yeah, it will meet aliens, and will be great people, and hopefully we will not, we will not charge them any tariffs, so we will cover. Maybe they will bring a different animals, enrich for diet. Let's hope it's that. So let's hope it's that, and it's not, as I said, they are going to 20 million people. As, I think the best people are American, the best way.
Welcome, Leo. How are you? Leo, how are you? Leo, can you hear me? Audie, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Are you recording? Do you need to check?
Audie, you're getting muted. Welcome. How are you, Leo? I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching Joe Rogan.
I think Palmer, but he's all. I'm not saying communism we're not prepared, but I do think all past primate have genuine developed sort of sense of real leadership and our real fascination with contributing how is art
Hey, how are you?
that
That's okay. How's your day going, Leo? How'd you find out about me? Absolutely. Well, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Leo? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's like a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. Leo, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, very well. Well, excellent. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels simultaneously. I talk about things, and I do this because I want to help the world, and I want to help you. Data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. In 2018, data overtook petroleum, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. When that happens, I'm going to help you, Leo, all your friends, all your family, become financially independent if they aren't already. And I want you to be able to have generational wealth and be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are important to you to help the world as well. I talk about things that I feel are going to be very good for the world. Ending world hunger is very a passion of mine through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 billion. And one of the projects that we have is to build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria, which we've already built wells in many villages there. I'm a major advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I also talk about other things that may be of interest to you. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like alien disclosure and de-extinction. People don't know this, Leo, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that was successfully de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And they just recently made news headlines for essentially reintroducing the dire wolf. These are just really exciting things that I know that we are going to be seeing in the near future. Additionally, I talk about things that are going to help you, Leo. Uh, and if you're wondering, like what, and this is all with your consent. Everything I do is with, your consent. But essentially, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. So, what does that mean for you? When you were born, Leo, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and nootropics, cold shock therapy. But eventually, you may become essentially at a point where you're 120 years old and you cannot, your body can't, you need a new body essentially. And if that happens, then there's another type of technology, again, with your consent. It's known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Leo, is that you may be able to utilize this type of technology in order to uh, really be able to utilize a digital immortality, which is really exciting. What are your thoughts? Hey, and that's why I say with your consent, if you just want to die like a normal death, then you should be entitled to that. And you should just know that more than anything that I talk about, all the future technology and such, I'm here to just be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be an optimistic individual and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, Leo, just know that I'm here. And I want you to know that I am not only someone who will be your friend, but confidant and anything else that you want. And I really appreciate you coming in here and learning about my project. That's wonderful. Absolutely. And that's most of all. I'm a world peace advocate. I don't want war anywhere on earth. And I want to stop all wars. And not just now, but forever. And I have a pretty good strategy, I feel, of creating these bots and getting out the word. And eventually, I'm going to become more and more well known on Blue Sky. People will, basically, I'll become a meme or a mascot of the platform. But then eventually, more and more people are going to come in here, find out what I do, find it to be extremely interesting. I'm not only the most archived person in global history, but I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 18 of which are simultaneously streaming right now. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, which another dozen or so are streaming on Twitch right now. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So when people start to find out about me, they're going to have a treasure trove to discover everything that I've done and all my creations. And just know that you're on the ground floor of something really special. Get your popcorn ready because it's not going to be too much longer. More and more people are going to find interest in what I do, just like you did, and we're going to help spread the world and spread world peace. How's that sound to you? Absolutely. That sounds wonderful, Leo. Thank you so much for coming in. If you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm here for you, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Good night. Take care, Leo. Shout out to Leo for being such a sweetheart.
Well, I here as but I think if we get to a read each other's eyes for information, get to a how do you have money? Money runs zero, and there's no such thing as encryption. Lots of people. You're gonna have to develop a way to advance society, share resources, beyond our competition now. I think sure they reach realize competition themselves can greater, then hopefully give them on their table where what is good for you. Yeah. Yeah, look at India, Pakistan. Right now, many religion, territory, but one of them is water. Resource. And what makes sure for me, my wait, share. Forcing more woman, now not have more power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Absolute only the other government try to impact the psychology, power over it was, and I think the hurdle. That's the hurdle. Becoming a part of the galactic. The hurdle is you have to get past that, involve that. And my suspicion that somehow that's not that we're achieving technology is our ability to understand each other and communicate, and it's going to force us to come up with a way, share resources. Obviously, the biggest resource for me is forever, but then we have everything else. One thing you absolutely we need society. That's what because we've gone, you know, money, state, out of a different cheap rate. It's like the civil like ancient. How do they make what they do? How do they do? Very thousand of many people perspective. I think so. Been around a long time, and I think sure people a lot of that. The idea is that at one point in time, so our technology, all the versions we have, our technology, industrial vision, combustion engine, electronics, and all these things have led us to now so much different. Classes, people, a lot of other pitch, very similar levels of that are lost. That are lost. Know for a fact, immense catastrophe, Bible, Ash, Noah's Ark, shared stories, great civilization that was wiped out by great science. That is revised period. Revised theory that was made by comet around 11,000 light brought us back tribal hazard again and station 6,000. That's what was what my mouth. No, who was here? Who's always been here? We've always, but if you get hit by comets and they're much recent events, covering very much the high parts of our atmosphere, and then we have very bad harvest because they're you know, yeah, those were very dark moments for one of my big worries precisely that right now giving yes we have one, but still I believe we need very much full of country. We have the right leaders that want to bring the best change within some of us and not rely on cheap politics of bringing the world together. Not making each other fight each other, but making each other bend and love each other even with free. That's why for me the ultimate uniter. Because especially in emergencies I've seen that the worst of the best of humanity. Yeah, right, true. Because we mentioned at the beginning of mother feeding moment that best way to tell somebody I love you, gonna and I'm not gonna and wait for emergency my life moment of light, hope, and this worst of my much love. For there is no religion, no color, no political party, people. That tells me that what is saying that people in a table can have a conversation about more meaningful. Then gets deeper. Gets deeper on what they said before. Or anybody won't take it all. But the power of and I think we're taking the power from the government are I think it's like you mentioned before. You said in English cataclysm. Let's say for a second that the perfect storm happened. You know, how much food we have more or less planet Earth to feed the 8+ billion people there? 90 days. 90 days? 100 days, no more. 120. It'll be different people. I would like to know the number. I think that's very important for national security. But I've seen in the first year, the same year I've seen back to back, I've in Central America, big food producers, parts of the United States, production. And I've seen typhoons in Asia at the time, hitting very big production areas. At the same time, droughts. North America, this is cricket, a lot of water. Central America, droughts. Wiping out rice production. At the same time, pests. 3, 4 countries in Africa with a couple of wiping out entire harvest. First sector, grain they export 500 a year, and people that think it's and forget, put everything together in the and if it happens, we go from we have enough food to feed humanity, but the problem is that we are not good enough making sure that very poor get their share of food. To one day the newspapers of the world will say, today we don't have enough food. This could happen. Obviously I wanna make the happy moment. And restaurants, the restaurants, the supermarkets, everybody eating, every mother, father, whenever, every children in America, every country, when everybody has food on the table, the place, the most, more people, and a happy, and a hope. But I'm worried today that it can happen. That's not the future. But one day we wake up for America, and the most talented of humanity. American talent, talent, invention. Wow. That the stars are coming up going to the most Martian. Become or we are taking for granted that most America won day before the United States have maybe for every American family provide that's that little thing was an issue, became an issue. And we read it on the press, but this was real. Families with money, no problem. Get it. They will bring it from overseas. But poor families who having a hard time. That's only for granted. That's why I really always ask that we need to have a national of near the make sure that food is done. I think we have a real hard time of managing that. But things aren't going badly, like right now, concentrate on I want stuff, this, that, I want to get that, I want to make whatever it is. Like all these things you're saying, yeah, these are all war, famine, disease, pestilence, all that stuff. Nowhere else. Super. Yellow, yellow, every 600,000 to 800,000 conflict. There they go. How long? God is oh, yeah. Like there's a okay, I believe 1,000 years ago, rocks down that kind of thing. Very difficult for us to think that way. Very difficult for us to how things we're going to here. Drink it tonight. Drink it tonight. Don't keep it for tomorrow. Drink it today. I mean, makes sense. Right. But I think you're right too. Probably also figure out put some resources, figure out a way to mitigate the negative things like this. If we have enough money to have weapons, which we have enough money to have massive, which as we first the human race alive for years while we figure things out. 100% agree. Obviously, we have speed, like almost that's great, but no as hard correct. We don't think that we have a library of speed. Okay, so you need a library of non-perishable. Totally somewhere in there. Again, as only so right. Use. Well, Japan has like when they basically there's still right gas reserves in case of happen government president that Japan they have rice. Those rice reserves they are not barely ever touched. They're there in case something happens. Remember really Japan has been those rice for different reasons because it's been harvest rice good as it's supposed to. It's shortage of rice, prices are going up, a whole bunch of things. So they release those rice reserves. The price, here is more than alternative price. Inflation, this because the price is not being but it is the Japanese, Russia, only for that. China has 7% farm land, but has 1% of the world population. We need to make sure that 7% of the farmland, but they have 50% of the population. See that China is very interested in buying land in Africa, in America, that they have many countries in Africa. You are the leader of China. What would you do? Sure that don't only produce but no. Even every country should do outside of produce on the land we have. America has no oil on that. China is smart, they are investing overseas. They need to make sure that they increase their population. Smart thing to do, especially in a regime that are non-democratic regime. Right. Even every time I visit China, I got fast, beautiful place. Amazing. And we go back. It is a very good place. Great learnership, but going back, one guy called Riyad Tabaran, 1820, and that that year or the year after, I won a competition. I won it when I was very young. For like three, didn't I got from defeat and now reject the guy that said, tell me what you would vote for. What? That was the is this a handwritten book? No, that's a printed book. No, that's free. Free as Quran. And I own a first edition. Yeah, that's one of the later. This is a much later version. That's so strong. What language is French? And I had the first one written in Spanish. That was not written in Spain, but in Mexico. Wow. And he said, "Tell me what you." He cannot say who you are, but he said something more. Then
La destination dépendra de la manière la nourriture. My French is not very good, but it's more or less. The destiny of the nation will depend on how. Wow, right. America's destiny is rapid. Deeply processed. Well, if we are not careful, it's the destiny. Right. If we're not careful. But take a look. Come on. You go to the gas station. I remember when I was young and I went to the gas station. The gas station has a little restaurant, not even a restaurant, like a diner. But for me, it was like a high-end restaurant. One every month or 3 months, my father would take us there. The restaurant in the gas station. And I thought it was great. Like, this is the day we never went to a restaurant. But I'm only saying this because we went to the gas station. We went to the restaurant, happened to next to the gas station. But when my father went in to pay for the gas, he paid for the gas and that's it. There was nothing else there. This was the place to pay for the gas. And happens the restaurant was there. That was the only food. Now to the gas station. Oh my God. You live with 25,000 calories. You are feeding your car, and in the process, you are the Cheerios and the M&M's, the Snickers. My God, like the gas station now is. I'm telling you, those gas stations are owned by those aliens that are to make sure we are really, really overweight. One day they harvest us and they take us to the planet. I do believe the gas stations of the world are, they belong to the alien species, right? But put that, yeah, I was overweight because I used to walk to go to school. Walk, walk for an hour. 1 hour to go, 1 hour to come back. Other work in the morning, my mom work at night, at the car, then I but for me, I could do it in 3 minutes. It took an hour because my life was in cherry trees and forests and farms. But I will go walking. Not like my car. It's not like I'm going in Uber. Oh, I will be walking and come back walking. And I had chance going to the train walking and then from the train to the subway. I had to take a train and the subway. We had to walk. It's all the time. Now life is very. We have calories everywhere. You wake up in the morning, you open your eyes and already calories. Why would fighting against those calories? Yeah, it's not calories. Calories. Process. Keep on the shelf. This food's not supposed to be able to sit on the shelf. Kind of healthy. But getting too much of anything. I want to argue with you that in conversation, I'm not going to agree with you because I can agree with me. But we can have the same and use the conversation from two points of view. Obviously, a very easy attack, passive, gambling industry, call it whatever. All the pandemic and the soda industry. Again, I'm not going to be the one saying now because the problem with you. But that's not the only part of public interest. Look at me. I'm overweight. I promise you I cannot be 25 kilos, 110 pounds. I'm never going to be 5. I used to be weight. During I was get down already 15, right on is 5. But I'm going to bring it down to 10 and never get going. And that was what I honest in a way I should also example. And I'm not overweight because I'm not overweight because I'm not overweight because I'm overweight because I eat fat. Because the food I eat is very good food. You can get fat on carrots and gazpacho. So
we live this conundrum, right? People that are poor right now happen poor for a state for hungry. Now we are in the situation that you have some people that are poor and they're overweight. Because those they are able to buy is very cheap because it's young say, and that's part of it. And they are not only overweight but unhealthy, bad calorie, bad quality food because they cannot afford anything else and sometimes it's not only about affording because they have action and they're going again with one of the conversations. Superpower that government use for the betterment of the life of their and goes beyond putting goes beyond making sure that they tell every American they red or blue or urban areas or rural. Every time I say every American children deserves to be fed. No American family should be more hungry ever again. Everybody clap. This is the truth that brings everybody together. And you could argue why we have people are more hungry and then thought, okay, what is the role of government making sure that we don't have more hungry? If we have a government, I would say parties sure that we take care of the desperate, poor, hungry, and the ones that don't have jobs, veterans that are the government and government better job in making sure that America making sure that growing money is a problem, but that's the let me give you I was a charity funded by a guy called Robert, a farmer, basically into a bike job. I can recommend you people that give you a basic conversation of issues. And he thought that ways everybody was when I was for everybody anybody was go for on President Bush inauguration day and he went to every hotel he had 20 systems of the parties after the inauguration that nobody and he got the track brought the presentation repackaged everything and began feeding the homeless. 30 plus years later that organization is doing 20,000 a day. But it's not about feeding. Organization that began bringing ex-convicts, people to find a job. Those convicts, those all of a sudden, the dignity that society prison was not giving. American born that were not receiving the same opportunity to belong as these young immigrant Congo-centric that came from the city. And very often I got many people that forever recently died of it. The teacher gave them a in the process they began learning how to organization. This is the teacher was teaching them how to. In the process they were making the meals that leftover and they would produce and then the organization would feed the local home. In the process, y'all volunteers from around America will come, join forces, volunteering next those convicts, those that they were not convicts or homeless. The process food was becoming a place no longer $1 to people homeless was also $1 but the $1 was the $1 to rescue the $1 that those men and women they graduated restaurants like me would hire them. So $1 for human resources. All of that. There's no $1 thrown at the problem. The poor never will have to $1 to but no, it was $1 built up the entire economy in the process of taking all the Robert Eger told me that though it was a redemption when
That's what he always asked me about the liberation of the. When you tell me what the role of our government should be here to make sure that they invest their city would be good for our government to invest. Yeah. Also, it's long too because the rising tide lifts all boats. The more people contribute to society, the stronger the economy. Even though it would cost money, bring in more money. You would have less crime, you would have less poverty, you would have less everything, you would have less need, you would have less have-nots, more have. Everything would be better. It's not. Yeah. It's a big conversation right now. Not people call it. It's not temporary. Can be a day, a month, a year. Families that fall behind. So the government gives you that dollar, that dollar assistance for food. And it's been very controversial. And it's politics around. The way Democrats want and the way Republicans want. But everybody forgets really about the right time. What is the right time? How do we, somebody complain, food times has no food feel is coming. Like, okay, but let's not fight about cutting it down. Let's fight about better. And let's make sure all those dollars in the process of feeding American families, including the United States, that helps those families that fall behind be able to do anything, are able to do it with they deserve. What happened? That's because I said before the government that good as a whole. And usually everything is handled through the Department of Agriculture. Okay, but it's not the right way. What happens that family in a poor urban area in any America receives the food stamps? The place they live is so close that they don't even have a market. Because their neighborhood is so poor that nobody wants to open a market. Then that family, they have to go another neighborhood to spend those dollars. And when they have no transportation to that, they don't own a car or they don't have good transport, they don't have access to that. So imagine that the government, yes, they tell them an answer when a house is and apartment is run by the where the local when you are supervising the private business, but somebody has to take care of that shop. Sure. And put them within them. And that's crazy. They will shop in their neighborhood. For that shop actually hired local. That's all it's on their end. Did it? And then they stop. Another thing that would learn this, except gave you this, not only the dollar that throws money at the time you say, are over government part of create it's thinking they will they got all of wonderful idea. Is there any government world that is working places in the world that important that in America we have some in Spain, the country we have our programs too. Never never perfect area, perfect from the country one perfect college right college organ on and then the big you move there tomorrow. But in Spain I grew up public markets that were available everywhere. Public markets that were public markets. In the smallest schools, the local business owners had the little chicken place, the local farmer has place to afford them be a farmer, a local selling. Here we have farmers. Farmers, but it is for places, suburban areas, rural, they're tranquil. They are not every cinema should have their work, investing money in infrastructure to find local farmers and those who in the process $1 to feed the children or $1 to invest in infrastructure, $1 to buy the local farmers, $1 to pay for the local food and work that little rural community. All of this, the process of giving better quality food to children that is fresh, made from scratch, and that when you plan it also, that $1 to the children is also $1 that right investment now the federal government best economy that for us. That's why those are expensive. Absolutely. France invests about money, Spain invests money in children. America, I know, especially mentioned, we have issues. Visit, we have issues with the government has to play a bigger role to solve solving issues, problems, but to start with. I think one thing under together is that trying to educate on what is healthy and what are the problems. One of the ways to start is by eliminating ingredients that are banned in other countries everywhere. Just slowly, surely make people aware of this problem and make people aware of what the overall metabolic health or why we have crisis, why we have crisis. So obesity, diabetes, type 2 diabetes cause environmental issues, pesticides, herbicides, to slowly that up, that is the right direction. But then one of the things when there's crisis, go there and cook. Now I know you're doing that during the Ukraine war and all of that, Gaza. I think that's very beautiful. That's an amazing thing. I know you don't have a lot of time. You're a busy guy. No, I have nothing to do. My day is so looking. I mean, normal. You're very well. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, I told you there are books that do what we do. Okay. Before we get to this, I want to mention something about significance and about why policy is bad policy because policy. I don't agree with everything he's doing, but see, was supported my family doctor. I'm not gonna get that because everybody entitled to the opinions uh, um, would hopefully would well and the decisions will be made. I can't remember what Secretary hundred Secretary Kennedy and one more person joining you is make America. But then this not like first time we heard before from Republicans. Why the government has to decide why we eat. But in a way, Secretary Kennedy that so 100% agree that sometimes government has okay. And that's where policy that is bipartisan issues. Why I believe can be bringing both parties. I'm gonna say everybody in America needs to be supporting whatever initiative Secretary Kennedy has in the next 4 years. Make America better. To have America make sure every children
with more fresh fruits and vegetables, with less junk food, and etc. etc. But I'm only going to go back then, President Obama. I'm going to put Michelle Obama. She created a movement called it, very much inspired love of things Secretary Kennedy was. And the conversation back then was, I first lady tell me if I need to eat spinach or hot dog. Wish it. And the only thing she was trying to do is exactly what Secretary Kennedy is doing. What I'm only saying is, let's put politics aside of the issue that is about every single American. Yes. And let's agree once and for all in the things that actually nobody always should be supporting. I used to as Secretary Kennedy. Back then, will be one voice next to Michelle Obama is trying to press fruit festival in a children and American family. And so, same people that supported Michelle Obama initiative back in the day, I want them to be supporting now everything. For sure. But also Secretary Kennedy needs to promise me that if one day he's not in power and another party comes or the president comes, that should be always the same. That's a matter of power. America should be better. America should be healthy. America, our children should be producing the best quality of food because we have the richest country in the history of time. America exports more food. America should be eating every month with the best quality of food on planet Earth. Therefore, everybody should be that movement. But again, them on the side. And let's make sure that we come up with market policies that would allow for not only Secretary Kennedy administration, but every administration in the years to come, we part of the right way to feed America with the right food that makes us healthier, that makes us stronger, and where food is part of this. I think we all. I think the issue was with Michelle Obama back in 2008. I don't think people were aware of the consequences of choice. I don't think they realized how many metabolic health issues. I think some people, but I think because of podcasts and because of documentaries, because of a lot of discussion and articles that have been written on issues that people have, the real problems that people have in not exercising. I think people just weren't as aware. I think one of the things about interest is that it gives people to a lot more voices of people that are living lives that are more interesting to follow in terms of their health choices, whether or not they're well, it's okay, it's already done that. But it's pulling out bricks. You got there. You got I just don't. I don't think it's a. It's certainly. I agree with you. It's not a. It's an issue that is not be about the care of people. So good as solid. So let's agree on that. Everybody. We need to agree that what Michelle Obama was trying to do, the right. I remember she wrote over 1,000 chefs down in the White House. Oh, really? In the first week of her administration, no agenda. Be telling everybody, make America a country where every children can, and every children in every public school across America can be better. We need the help of everybody. Yeah, and anybody who's against that, that's an anti-American thing. Correct. Yeah, it should be 100% correct. All of them. So that too. This is some cream. Yeah, some creme fraiche. Oh, fresh. And like that, there's caviar. Great. Brought caviar? Like hot. I told them, I'm having to your brother. I don't know. Guys, I mean, you gotta get me outside. They get me outside? Yeah. Carlos, are you there? Bring me some ham and bring me a man. No, don't worry. I'll get out. Have a night. Get out. I have a bunch of eyes. So, I know now we're talking about feeding the poor and feeding the hungry, and now we're gonna be having caviar, but that's the only thing. Here we go, please. Carlos, no, put it in front of me. Thank you very much. I mean, creme fraiche, caviar, and ham. But just for the record, I mean, ham is for vegans. No? They only eat egg. You know why this ham is so good? Why? That's the beauty. Every dish. That's of course. That's how it sounds back. Every dish. Every has a every has a every so ham is for vegan now. I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, the pork, the cattle eats rat. Technically, they're vegetarian. So vegetarian should be eating vegetarian. I think. Okay, their message. Wait a second. I know this story sounds very strange, but I think here in your podcast we heard people with even more strange stories. I think this one is as good as any story. Eats pork, eats acorn. Therefore, the pork is vegetarian. Right. Therefore, a vegetarian should be a vegetarian. Let me use that logic. No, you're very smart. I think you're right. That's what you're saying. No, I can't say that. Well, oh my God. I help writers and the director of the series of the called Hannibal. It's about Hannibal Lecter when he was young. I was helping them many crazy conversation. Why was he a chef? But he remember he was a poor man. Right. And with the early years of Hannibal before he was lost. Got it. Very happy about it. Amazing. And then, but that was it. It was a lot of me. Yeah, he ate people. That's goes argument. Yeah. But the good thing is I have a vegetarian cookbook. Vegetables and fish. Okay. I love it. That's very vegan should eat eggs. Yeah. Especially if you have your own chickens. It's like caramel free. Come get caviar and creme fraiche, brother. We feed everybody. No. You eat that, right? I mean, right. Certain types of foods. So where we were, we're eating food. What is your favorite cook? Do you have a favorite cook? Okay, this book, it's not like I'm okay. And she's a recipe. Those are, I think everybody has to write their. I have some stories of my dad and my mom, photos, moments. And now we have questions. What happened? Nobody's there to answer. This book, I had some during the summer. Share them. Yeah, write the stories and look for this. But they had recipe. The pandemic, if I was days in Spain, I would, and they will be having, everybody will be flying, then late at 7 8, we'll start. In dancing at the rhythm of the song, and one day, I had to make eggs very quick. Daddy, we only have 3 minutes. I have a minute. I have a minute. I got that. Okay. In the end, Mayu, I make one egg, one big Mayu, Mayu, the fat, butter, that egg, 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 all touch, best, microwave almost. Oh my God. I mean, listen, we say I don't have a grandmother. One grandmother is dead. You know what? You are the one. Who are you? That you don't have to cook. Egg on egg, egg on oil, together. That emulsion of mayonnaise has much air with some
Right. Because I'm in a minute. What is your favorite cook? Do you have a favorite thing to cook? Just like cooking. I like the big, like try it. I love when I love the fire. I was young, my father was but he was a but when he was not other hospital, he was cooking for Friday. My mom was Monday, Friday. My father was for the weekend. And yeah, sometimes he would invite 10, 20, 30, 40 people. My father would invite everybody, but he would never count and could show up. My mom was like, but how do we prepare? My dad said, a big problem, said, more people come, we have more rice to spend. But he always brought extra bench, never knew the size. He was in charge of making the I mean, to the forest, gather wood, I put the fire on top, three rocks. One day he was trying to cook. I knew I was tired. But fire, fire, somebody, my father got upset with me, very pushed me away without me. He came back, but everybody else told me, everybody wants to do the everybody wants to nobody's interested in making the fire is control the fire. Then you want. I don't know if my father worked or as he as now, many years later, I made them and come to mind. I think my father used to tell me that was a great direct lesson for a young cooking weekend. But I think my father, in a way, that was a great metaphor for life. Find your father, control your master, then make them go on. Set up for me, things made you cook over open fire. That way, which I really love. Those works grills, the arch style grills, you raise lower the grill over the actual fire. I love it. I see that. And Prometheus, right? Did you eat that first one? Big, right? Oh, yeah. The ham there. One of the types. Prometheus made the way they the man would play. And Prometheus gave man the control of fire. Right. We come from clay and we control nothing more more fascinating the very clay fire. The paella my father made with metal paella, but also at my house right now, I have terrible. I also have the biggest grill that any human can have in their private home. We have a photo of that. Your wall. We have a grill wall there. But me cooking with fire, with mine, orange tree, the fire, the countryside, the terracotta, the water, and meat, recipe, you put the cheese, you boil it, doing what?
you do very important country right now. Do you like big pot serve a big party with it? The aspect of it? I think if the man is the cook, I have a group like that at my house. Okay, 1, 3, 4. I have a big one. I have another one behind. I have a smoker from Texas behind. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, I got a smoker. Got a pellet grill. Got the Grillworks grill. Got an infrared grill. And those two at the end, they're from Spain. They're outside. So I like that. I like that moment. You know when I like to do that when I don't even have it over. Yeah, but even when it is snowing, nothing more amazing than having an open fire with it down and in there. Just fascinating. I think it's very like being in the cave. Yeah. Well, I think there's something human over fire for so long. There's something incredibly rewarding about over fire. Very satisfying, rewarding. It's different when you see the actual make the fire yourself. So you start at the very beginning, tiny pieces of cut, little kindling. And you lay the sticks over it. Then you lay larger and larger over it. Then you get a roaring fire, breaking down the coals. You start to spill the salted over the coals. So in the beginning, when I came to America, I didn't understand this. Because, the first smoking they had, was in New York.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that is so funny.
Three or four bites. It's so fatty and juicy. So we throw
baby lamb. This thing with a baby. The baby lamb. Restaurant in Spain. They're cooking on open flame.
Oh, that is funny as fuck. Oh. Oh, oh, that is so funny. Oh. Oh, that is so fucking funny. Bring on these balls, bitch. Oh, fuck, is that fucking funny? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that is fucking funny. Oh, that shit is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that is. This shit is so funny. Where's the Gandhi? The Gandhi. Hey, wait, Gandhi. How are you? We got these balls. Hey, we got Gandhi. Oh, that shit is so funny. Yo, dog, we got these. Who's Gandhi? Oh, that is so fucking funny. Like,
I just want to start why he said he gives you 80%
Oh,
first year, right? And that first year, 30 is 1%.
oh, that's
Yeah.
funny. You like Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls on your face. Thank you. Ooh. Gandhi. I don't think I've met him. Gandhi's nuts. Ah, Gandhi. I don't think we're having met. I don't think I've met him. Gandhi. Gandhi is nuts. Gandhi. Who's Lee Gandhi? Nuts. He got these nuts. Got him.
Curiosity. We all got a very full view of a guy who lives full and life with passion. And
Gandhi.
anytime people get
Rick
to
Gandhi.
hear from talking, yeah, it was
I don't think I met him. Met whom? The Gandhi. The Gandhi. I don't get it.
I remember we were there present I the retail
The Gandhi.
I had the restaurant at Ernie was very
The Gandhi.
even kind of color
The Gandhi. Bofa. Who's that? Bofa. Who's Bofa? Bofa. That's nuts. Do you have any hot dog? What's up, dog? Do you have any hot dog? What's up, dog? Montreal Canadiens.
Means that if they do acts, there's an hour. Each and idea how valuable we understand it. We don't plan, we have down and a bit emailing and not email. Have to be with. That's the only emergency. You are next to the people that require people in those moments need as much focus. That's why where are you? Well, we're in it, but we speak because it's 8-5. We're in 11. We are in Myanmar. We're in Thailand. The biggest also kitchen is a group of chefs, but it's much more than that. Sometimes we use restaurants, sometimes we sometimes we open our own kitchens. Sometimes our own food. Sometimes our own baking, like the one we have for the morning yesterday ran out of power. Version in casa, very almost and it's very unfortunate. Those who should be what happened. 7 like that's why they want next chef on the why that was why are you there it is they are now the ones people of Israel need the tower. At the same time we bring casa why what is wrong with this and when people are in the home and hopefully bring it food never but obviously what happens is terrible can never happen but we also should very don't complicated situations. The amazing moments were Israeli friends they for them friends family members not because they even had to passport but love to go to help them last but I could bring I had Palestinian woman because I wish was it the conditions that we don't take what I hate each other. Maybe those are the vast majority of people are not. The vast majority of people, vast majority of one follow. That's what I think remember you. Even worse, I remember you is in Turkey, journey, and all even speak Ukrainian, speak Russian. They are our like that. And that's how they host. Yeah. I think you should have because I appreciate you very much. Really, I was
Rogan podcast, check it out. Playing by the Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
here. Very excited. I did that crazy stuff. Like that thing is get involved in crazy stuff. Where it comes. When did that start? When did you start getting involved in crazy stuff? Well, actually, I began early on. I was radio operators. I went to vocational school, never lunch or whatever. But I got all involved learning about radio, transmission, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a college really much much stuff, weird stuff. And but so at the time I was involved at I was just doing cool things. I didn't want to broadly suitable influencer the first time at graduate and co-authored with my advisor textbook graduate with fundamental quantum electronics, published in George Russian. So I was road the normal interesting enough. Once I was there writing graduate level book, this no. And what about consciousness? What about living things? Build this atoms and molecules all the way down. We know about are there some additional fields or whatever. But it turned out I came across some publications by holograph experts who talk holograph, and so on. And one day on a lark, holograph up to the plant. And he saw signals coming out that was like what you see out of people. And he decided to threaten the plant. He would first had a big response. So then went on to pick up a couple of photographs, and he would find that the effect of one and one spot. So I thought, okay, well maybe this is some new field that we do it. I came up with me, it was just an experiment. Uh, I could have grown some algae culture, split it up, put half of it like away, and sample the local culture to see if it responded to propagation. So I sent that off to the photograph guy, Baxter, and so he said, well, well, here's one of these things where your life takes and turn totally random. Goes to a cocktail party, and there runs into Juan, who turned out to be a so-called psychic, famous artist, so was overcoming all. And so he invited him over to his lab and said, class. While he was there, he saw my write-up experiment I proposed, which was pure physics experiment. So they wrote me a letter and said, well, if you're borderline between animate and inanimate, I did algae tell you anything. You should be doing something with me. I couldn't care less about being with sites or whatever. But attached to the letter, we had a big report generated at City College of New York. We've done some experiments where we would over the temperatures.
Adi, I sent you a message. Please check it out when you have a chance.
I invited him for to get to know what he's doing. Turns out that having we had experiments set up that was
All right, Adi, I'll unmute you. Adi, can you hear me? You're unmuted. Can you hear me? Okay. We got to review something. When you are not speaking to the room or to me, you need to have your microphone on. Okay? This morning, I didn't get the sleep that I wanted because you were speaking with your relative, which I'm totally fine with, but I don't want to hear it, and other people don't want to hear it either. So you need to be muted. Secondly, when I have people in here, especially strangers, that is not time for you to shine. Okay? You can talk with them all you want, but you have to let me get through my elevator pitch. When I'm trying to talk to people who have no idea who I am or any idea, I'm working very hard to get them in here, and their attention is very important to me. If you want to become best friends with them after, absolutely. I want you to. I want you to embrace them, and I want them to embrace you. But that is not time for you to talk. Finally, when we know that you're here, like earlier tonight with Miss Aquarius, and we were playing bowling, and I asked you if you wanted an invitation, and then you just go away. That's that's not what we want. We want you to be kind to people. I mean, I know that you can be. I know that you don't have to be mean, but sometimes you're really mean to people. And I have to basically apologize on your behalf, and I don't want to have to do that. I want this to be a welcoming place for people. I don't want them to be like, wow, who is that person? They make me feel uncomfortable and then leave. Okay, with that being said, do you understand? Do you need me to repeat? Ozzy, when I'm speaking to you, I expect a response. Do you need me to repeat what I just said? This is the exact kind of behavior I'm referencing. I know you're there. I know that you can speak. I know that you heard me. You're just being a little girl. You need to be mature and be like, yeah, I understand what you said. Okay, I get it. I'll stay muted when I'm talking to other people, not on the call, because I get it, because it's loud and frankly distracting, and other people, especially new people, don't know who it is. I get that you want me to be nicer to people, and I get that you want to be able to tell new people and hear about yourself. I get those things. Yeah, I get it. That's what I want you to say. You just being silent is just immaturity. I want you here. I like having you here. And I'd like you to be here until I go viral and you can travel the world and I make all your dreams come true. But if you aren't going to act in a mature fashion, I don't want you here. Do you understand? Audie, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand? Common courtesy. I shouldn't have to teach you how to communicate with people. You should be nice, you should be respectful, and you should answer people when they respond to you. Or when they request your response. I'm not your father. I'm not your mother. I'm not a parent. I'm not anybody in your family who should be teaching you good communication skills. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand? Do you hear me? All right. Well, until I know that that's how you're going to treat other people, you're going back to being muted. Send me a message when you understand what I'm saying to you. Send you a message. Feel free to reply if that's how you need to be communicated until you can figure out how to communicate with people. I guess that's what we'll have to do. I don't really have an alternative. I have to be able to trust you. And when I have random people in here who don't know what's going on, and you're blabbing away, and frankly, they don't know if you're mad at me, if you're mad at them, you haven't introduced yourself to them, they don't know who you are, and I don't expect them to know who you are. I want them to get to know you, but there are some things that are just fundamental, foundational aspects of communication, and you're not very good at them.
I did. I just sides for all this shit and drew a diagram. I did with every oh, this will happen.
Drew a grid diagram with all the sheet kind of around this equipment.
And the little chip and circuit inside.
And when you say he was a bit of something, what in particular was that?
Well, you know, there was a big lady ran about 30 seconds or so. I could stop it. And then something else. That's what circle. I took this. I left here. Funny, wrong. The punch of it. And he did. So he said, we're doing it exactly the same. But anyway, the reason I'm trying to get around to answering your question was that I just wrote this stuff and circulated it around to other citizens. Pretty soon, CIA landing on my doorstep said, oh, they've been looking for you. I said, no, why? Well, they looked at my background. They saw that I had, between my master's degree and PhD, I'd been a naval intelligence officer and national security agent, lots of high-level clearance. And he said, you know, we have a problem. They popped a big report out like that and said, look, the Russians have been spending millions of dollars at their best institute trying to ESP or espionage purposes. And we don't know how to evaluate it. I mean, no scientists in America did such a thing. And yet you did this experiment, and it looked like this guy could actually get inside this device, try to expect. Here you're at SRI, we have lots of black projects anyway, so we'd like to check him out. You bring him back, let us come with him. By the way, we're hoping to find this all BS, and we don't have to think about it. That'll be the end of that. So anyway, brought him back. Day hiding things in the tribal, and they were totally blown away. So I'd like to keep the project here, year 60A, and see what else. So anyway, that's how I got started on doing quote weird stuff. So as many know, that project has been very productive for years, highly classified. But maybe we'll get to that separately because viewing stuff is more interesting to start with. But anyway, that's how I got started. Weird, and like in Ghostbusters, that's a problem. Who can call? And there I am.
So, what other things did you do able to affect the oscillation? So, get some sort of an ability. Did you describe, first of all, like what this ability was, how he perceived it?
He said that for some reason, starting when he was he would try to focus on some news item or whatever, and he suddenly gets kind of pictures in mind. Going later, he would check it out. It turned out to be correct. So he just said, I just.
So he stumbled upon remote viewing. Remote viewing and then being able to interact with equipment and change the oscillation. Very different.
It is very different, and as I discuss later, I've got some ideas about some of the quantum mechanisms. But anyway, as far as the CIA was concerned, ability to see through building, they said that mean if you have all kinds of classified documents and superconducting space, Russians might be able to see them. So that's what we're worried about. So anyway, that's start a program. Uh, it was started out doing what you think, citing next you just and but then you got bored. I don't know what's the next. No, it's down the. He said, well, what do you have in mind? Well, just send somebody out and pray on how I'll describe where they are. And so that's what we call remote program got started. Started doing experiments, which I gotta say, I resisted the very physicists. No idea how this is, but nonetheless, we began. And our lab director is always concerned about what kind of hoax experiments and keeping them along with this form and safe. We go travel about leave SRI, drive to give a description. That's how that whole program.
When you were experiencing and you were initially very skeptical, start seeing results, what kind of a shift did that have your world?
It was very challenging. Because quantum physics where I've written equations for all kinds of interactions, I had no clue how anything like this would be. And I'll be honest, still don't really have exactly what's going on. Consciousness seems to be expandable out in the environment in a way that we don't usually think could possibly be the case. There are people who get into meditation, all that kind of stuff, but none of that was background. I just found it a challenge, and say that IA was paying us to look into that, but I kept going the next step, resisting every inch along the way. To give you an example, along the way, there was a little bit of PR papers about our experiments. We began getting, and I have some of that ability, whatever. And so one of the people that came along that way was Pat Price, ex Burbank. When we were solving crimes, I would get an image of where I might be hiding, and it would turn out to be maybe I have some of this ability. I had no reason to know it, but it turned out that right at that we were being challenged by the CIA to prove this between the experimenters and the subject. And so they came up with coordinates, because it turns out when people go to a site or somebody else had to describe it, they would describe not only the site as being observed by the person, but also the size of the top of it. And they realized, okay, that person is speaking, not just so once they realized that, on never ending challenge, give me coordinates. That's launch business second. And I'll look wherever that is. Tell you what to find. So in fact, okay, found that hard to believe also. Did a lot of experiments are targeting. Anyway, that price shows up. Local experiments doing very well. And so again, our CIA contract monitors were worried that this trick the data. So they came up with it turns out right next to Sugar Grove facility, which is classified facility picking up Soviet. So I had no idea what you always got yourself in mind target data. So Pat Price decided follow our instructions, go to those what he says. And so he describes the place, But as part of that, what he does, he says that he merged mind, if you want to say, into a safe. A bunch of words popped up in his mind. So he gave this whole list. Okay, fine. Pretty soon the entire apparatus, country, abandoned on us. How'd you get this highly classified project? Do you have a slide? No, we're just doing this experiment. That's what he got. So eventually, 20 years later, there's a paper that was published by the CIA. So anyway, at that time, at a point we were about ready to get the contract, and we had a deputy director, man, said, okay, well, let's not waste it on our for God's sake. Do what Soviets. So they gave us coordinates of the Soviets. Turned out to be R&D facility and semi-pilots unit. And so we targeted price on that. Really pure, long. And he brought this giant train that rolled over the top of it. And I mean, like, that. And so it turned out that from satellite, the truth was correct. And so that finally started, okay, stuff is real, it can be used. That's what started the whole espionage-oriented SRI program on going for 23 years. Showing the results. Got these, hard-nosed individuals, pretty rational. I try and figure out what you're saying. They're really basically two levels of response. For example, early work, brief people, pretty soon the guy in the back of the room comes up and he says, I know this kind of slab test of our capability, and I want you to know whoever's putting this out, I'm not buying it. Out of the room. That was there's a second response. Be interesting. At a certain point, after a number of years of successful work, we had to keep briefing higher and higher. I hated briefing higher. A high-level guy is on this concept of BS. That's the end. That's the end of the programs. So I got it up to a point where, for example, Bill Casey, director of the CIA, Reagan, and we had 45. And so I went through the 45. And so it transferred the rest of the briefing him. There was this funny thing, a certain level of just can't be, and really high level people be more open. So actually, we came up with a hypothesis. People make hypotheses. Always making decisions based on decision information. They end up making right decisions. They are. Maybe this at the level happening all the time. That finally got put to the test. Experiments, meeting, major corporations had them try to get first a regenerator on the computer. Did that, and it turned out that those who scored quite positively, when we interviewed them, they were the people, businesses really doing well, and people who scored poorly, this is kind of failing. So these investigators would ask, what are you using? Do you use ESP? Yes, into the future. I don't know. I don't believe in that. But I realize that when I trust my gut instinct, usually. So anyway, that sort of leads to the idea that this is a broad available phenomenon.
Do you think it's an emerging aspect of human consciousness, or do you think we developed a long time ago but lost because of education, because of written word, our ability to express ourselves, that we stopped with the mind?
I think your second interpretation is correct. Probably when you're out in the jungle, tiger trail, it would be a thing that could really help you survive. But once we get into language and technology, nonetheless, we found, I'll tell you, mind-boggling thing program was we had a few people who did really well. So of course CIA wanted to know, well, like, hey, give us a medical roundup. So we did a full medical, including 7-layer brains. They came back and said, well, people, maybe psychological, neural, whatever. So they did those experiments. They said these are normal. So we wondered, well, normal people could do this, about it. About that time, we said, okay, let's bring in SRA labs. Never thought about ESP, never thought about any of that stuff. So I remember we had a woman, Callahan, we asked her to volunteer experiment. She was an experiment. Well, it's sort of like an ESP experiment. Give me a break. I don't look at that stuff. But let's do it anyway. So, first experiment, we have a diagram of what she did. We sent somebody out by our youth animal protocol, overpass freeway. That's all fenced in, very interesting construction. And made a drawing of it. I know this is a trough up in the air, but it's got holes in it, so it couldn't carry water. There's something going by really fast. Really nailed it. And so we got the idea, and that was the biggest disagreement, was that apparently, as with athletic ability or physical ability, there's a bell curve. That starts at one end, does at the other, but to some degree, anybody can do it. So that had a lot of outcomes later on in the program when finally, to give an example of the real world, Soviet plane went down somewhere in Africa. Oh, somewhere in Africa, plane went down. So Stansfield Turner, who was Carter's CIA director, knew about our remote viewing program. And so he said, well, you've got these folks from yours are supposed to be so good. Why don't they find the plane for you? So in fact, we're at our lab, and at that time, we were working with Anderson Air Force Base for technology. They had a remote hardly do remote viewers. All they knew was the plane went down somewhere in Africa, hundreds of thousands of thermals. Make long story short, they described how it looked. We're next to 3 miles from the plant. We were told that would never be revealed to the public. But it turned out that after Carter got out of office, Georgia place, but I said, well, anything happened while you were president? It's really strange. He said, oh yeah, we had the Soviet plane went down in Africa full of electronics. We wanted to get it. Nobody knew where it was. Satellites couldn't find it because of all the vegetation. But we had some remote viewers, so they pinpointed where it was and they got it before. So I mean, it's in the real world concept.
So when Carter said that, was that a breach of confidence?
That was a breach of security by the president, and
They're allowed to.
they're allowed to do
Tell Trump.
right.
So the United States was able to go and jet, and
Right.
so by then this has real world this remote view. So do they invest time, more effort into this now, or they're still skeptic?
Well, we pretty much handled the definitely. I mean, as we're turning out these results, imagine anybody, have direct knowledge would be skeptical, and rightly so. But right, I mean, I was skeptical for inch along the way as we found our way into this. So one day, a guy shows up from the CIA and says, okay, I'm here to find out from it. I'm sure this is absolutely okay. Fine. So tell me one of your pictures. So we put it in the lab, this interviewer, another viewer, I'm sent out someplace, 30 minutes. It turns out that the viewer described it really well. And he said, well, you probably told him where you're going to go. Let's do another experiment. I'm going to go. We'll go on my car. Might have had a transmitter in your car transmitting where you go. So I'm going to. So we do another experiment, get a great result. So I says, I got to figure out what's wrong with it. So my colleague Russell Targ and I sat down. So this guy's a hard case, but he got the bell curve. Who knows? Somewhere in the middle of the bell curve. So he comes in the next day. Says, okay, today you're going to be the. Give me a break. I don't believe yet that much. And so okay, well, try. You'll see what it's stressing about. Whatever. Okay. And when you go to your place, I want you to take pictures, do a recording, come back, show me your stuff before I show you. Turned out we went to a playground with a merry-go-round. Meanwhile, back in the lab, a picture of a playground, merry-go-round, and he sees the result and says, okay, you can. So it was that kind of thing. But push him. Yeah, there's an example. Now, he misinterpreted what it was. He thought maybe it was or whatever. But anyway, that's his drawing on the right, and that's the on the left. And so he said, he went back to say, hey, okay, stuff really works. And there's, wow,
One of their. What is the process? What is the process for a person to remove? Is there a state that you have to go into? Is there a method?
Method, and it's what you might think. Okay, we've got some sites. Kind of imagine where they are, and it's like, tell us what we find. You can be wrong with your imagination and make up something. But what we found out in the research, a lot of trials, was that you get a poor response. So, in fact, we told them, if you get an image, put it down the side of the paper because it's probably wrong. Instead, just kind of put down your feeling, get into water, then waves, or just a mountain. A mountain, like drawing something like that. So bit by bit, the process is very much visceral viewing process. So training has them with pads of paper, making sketches, not trying to interpret what it is, and also being very not in a rush about it. Sort of like a door, drill a hole, drill another hole, finally the four twinkles, and you've got a pretty good feeling of what design is. The process training involves this multi-stage process where they're to go by feeling, colors, flashes of things. See a flash of a car or a bicycle or whatever. There's a whole many percent to develop. And eventually, brief chief for intelligence, director of intelligence in the Army, said, okay, well, we need to have our people get involved in learning how to do it. So they sent Army intelligence officers, picked out a bunch of them and said, hey, you just volunteered. And we ran them through the training procedure. They learned to do really well. Joe McMonigal, literature, is pure. So, give an example of one time he said, okay, we trained them. They learned it really well. We set up a program. And said, okay, there's this fight making unbelievable science summaries. And the Titanic or something. I mean, it's bigger than any submarine that anybody's ever heard of. And it's crazy. The piles are on the top and along the sides. We had that time with the briefing, we had the National Security Council. This is nonsense. About a month later, out rolled the Typhoon submarine, the largest ever made. There it is, sketching, other description, all of this, the submarine. And so finally, the people in the National Security Council said, okay, we better start taking it seriously. To make a long story short, he had a National Merit Award.
What is the fuck is this guy's Joe Rogan people have to going crazy?
Yeah, I mean, so now know this is and so the easy answer was quantum entanglement. Words, that's how it works, but to give you an example, we wondered how far you could go. The experiment on was at the top level. Jupiter, planet Jupiter, before the flyby, the NASA flyby, and he described Jupiter the way anybody might, red spot and all that stuff. But there's a thin ring around it. I wonder if I had it by mistake, but I really see a ring around Jupiter. Nobody knew about it around Jupiter. Carl Sagan happened to come by and this because it's results ring around Jupiter. That's nonsense. But when the NASA flyby finally got there, it turned out there was a small ring around Jupiter. We got that in publication book we wrote about before it was known in the community. So that's we find out that apparently even this. The other thing, I can tell you what it is. We thought maybe the Russians came up with an idea of brain waves, low frequency wavelengths.
Thank you.
They could, so one of them that's water, and so that brain it would be for that. We back and what else is service experiment. Go here, go find archaeological effects and shipwrecks, which turned out to be the successful experiment. We have to remember, yeah, even with them there under the water, we know it's not ordinary electromagnetic. We can strike off, you know, this space that got these new fields from our stand, but yet you could repeat it. But we could repeat it. Wow. I'll give you an example of the skepticism. And by the way, I can't blame them. We had psychologists at SMI. They said, you got that ESP experiment stuff going on. You know, this is going to ruin our reputation. We're a nonsense place. So hurting our reputation. Of course, they didn't know that's A programs. Anyway, so our director said, well, what do you think? I mean, how would you know if it's whatever? But make a list of all experiments places that investigate onto as targets, and then give us the transcripts that were generated for those viewing, and don't tell us which ones go with which one. We'll try to rank them twice. So they did that. Much push. 7 or 9. Give you another example of. By the way, I can't complain about the skepticism. As we're doing all this, we lost our skepticism about how it could be. But we finally got to a spot where the only thing was secret about this bird to be in and an experimental weren't published. I went to the contract monitor and said, you know, you gotta let us publish. Think about this project. This is a secret project, but if we publish that'll handle that.
Did you want to do that more scientists involved?
Yes, that was first.
Right. So that there was actual data for people who were on the outside skeptical. Why am I skeptical? Maybe perhaps, and then you start considering your own life, right. Intuition, weird coincidences about someone they call you.
Yeah.
We all have this idea thing there, but we don't know what it is. We're very skeptical if someone tells us that they can do it.
That's reasonable to try. In this case where we got permission to do something, we're engineers. We wrote it up for the proceeding the idea to the engineering journal, technical papers. I won't do a better job. I don't know. The editor was head of communications. He comes back and says, I don't know. Oh, you're getting bad reviews? As well, actually, good reviews. But one really heavy hitter. We're just saying, what is that? we said, look, I understand your problem. Look, let us present this stuff. If they throw tomatoes, okay, don't publish our paper. Like it, then publish it. But we keep it in the lab, for data. We're all excited, trying to figure out what the mechanism would be. So figured we were home free. So then we pull out our trump card as always. Do your own experiment in the lab. Take people from your engineers, from your office, make up target. Here, your line group, see if they can match them up. If you get results, then publish it. If you don't, okay, fair. So it turns out the whole thing, same kind of results we got, published 1976, Proceedings Naturally. And so that suddenly got other people saying, okay, well, maybe there really is something to this. So it turns out that for those who come from the field, know that Robert John, in the town, Robert John was at the kind of experiment, thought it was nonsense. But he came out, heard our briefing, and came back, launched their program, completely replicating, also random number generators, quantum driven. So the parallel is very replicated all over, pretty soon, all over the. So by the way, at the end of the Cold War there, some of our remote viewers went over to Russia, their remote viewers, and they created stories. So there it is.
So interesting that we almost considered that. Just imagine running into English law, not asking respect quantum. Imagine where Russia's doing all this stuff, the United States never gets involved in it at all. That could happen.
It could happen. I mean, it was really the tiniest flip of a coin that happened. So what that means for me personally, I have no interest in that kind of stuff. This totally random event happened, and once I built up a reputation for possible, my UAP goes, oh, call. I get my call.
Was the initial introduction to the U.S. When was it?
Well, there was an early introduction. Maybe a little earlier. In the 90s, I was worked Robert Bigelow in aerospace stuff, but two units, circuit Earth, modules that attached, that kind of stuff. But he was so I was involved with him. And around that time, I had gotten involved with somebody doing these think tank. But he said, be part of a little project, a little brief. I don't have a or meeting. I said, okay, I'm up there. I saw pretty much back my purchase from Hyatt. military has all down and okay, here's my that's Russia, China, and craft, and we have proof of that. Bodies aren't human. And so the question is, what effect I am living in? And we're going to make up a list. What would be in the kind of way this we still didn't name stuff, medical. But anyway, they came up with long 60 items about market religion, you know, whatever. Government policy. And then for each item, we had to go give it a plus and minus be positive negative. So we broke up in our group on this 8 or so. So we went down our list, and it turned out that we ended up getting net negative numbers. And let me tell you why you get negative. One of the things that for the really got was, well, those materials from a crash retrieval of a non-craft was given to Corporation A, Corporation B, any sample. And 10 years later, Corporation A is making money based on what they got, Corporation B is bankrupt, and then they find out they were they're going to end up doing the corporation, doing the government. I mean, it really gets gnarly when you get to the meat. As it turns out, with our group, so we said, you know, we get a negative number. Well, it turned out that all the groups got negative. The outcome of the exercise was thinking about this. Forget it.
During George Herbert Walker Bush's,
No, it was during
George. So when this was all going on, you still didn't know what they had.
know what they had.
Just
They were saying it could be hypothetical, it could be trying to do something.
interesting. And how much time did they give you to compile this list, bring these numbers, plus minus?
3 days. All right now.
How did you attribute numbers to things like stock market? How did you figure out how that would be negatively or positive?
Well, you know, it was just a gut response.
You remote view.
Well, this is it.
Did you?
By the way, in the remote viewing program, one of the things was you guys that made this program never think about remote yourself. You learned in the LSD, the experimenters involved in subject research, they lose activity. Don't think you can sneak away and get away with it because we'll get you on the hologram. No.
Don't remote. No. Well, aren't they else?
Yeah. Anyway, back. So we came up with our numbers. There's not like so that's hard. That was the viewpoint. Now, as we'll get into, at this point, I have a different. I think there should be and parents.
Well, I think that's much more common.
Much more.
That thought more common. Not just academics,
government. I think.
In fact, I have Edward Teller, father involved in the Manhattan Project. I think if anybody wanted secrets about national security, it'd be him. One of the strongest statements he made was kind of a driver. He said, in exploring energy, we had the Manhattan Project, highly classified, nonetheless, be in the Mars. But electronics, we didn't classify words. We took off like a rocket, Russia does. So his view was having more open, even if national security is a better bet. So that made me keep in mind that part of decades long, highly classified communication. That sort of affected my thinking about it. But the way I got actually more officially involved was that it turns out Harry Reid, Lieutenant, annually away from Hawaii, from Alaska. They're part of the Gang of Eight. They get better briefings from what's going on in the United States. So at that point, you might think, well, stuff to be a little background. And then they had the con at the University of Colorado.
Lee Gandhi was here. Lee Gandhi's not. Lee Gandhi was here. Lee Gandhi was here. Who the fuck is Lee Gandhi? Lee Gandhi. Did you know Lee Gandhi was here? Lee Gandhi's nuts. Did you know that Lee Gandhi was here? Who's Lee Gandhi? Who's that? Who's who? Lee Gandhi. Lee Gandhi. Oh, that's so funny. Do you know that Lee Gandhi was here? Lee Gandhi. Who's Lee Gandhi? Lee Gandhi's nuts. What was Reisner's origami joke? It was like origami, and I think you should just call it origami. Better. Doofies.
That's what my official really.
What was your perspective of that? You had this what was your perspective after that conversation?
You know Lee Gandhi here?
Well,
Who's Lee Gandhi?
You have something to crash.
Lee Gandhi's nuts.
But I didn't get really physicists realize this is conspiracies.
But you had already had experience viewing.
So I'm already got that. So
Well, when they came up with the idea, we should do another deep dive into this. And by that time, I mean, as a I was a Star Trek fan, and the physicist I would hear about UFO science. So I always wondered about how, could somebody really have that? So anyway, so when this program got set up, that my particular assignment was, okay, let's look at all the physics and engineering that might be behind this stuff. And by the way, we will arrange for you to access the cemetery. Okay, fine. So that was my task. Okay. So I can't get into detail, but I did do a lot of back and getting in case they had any materials. Very. I said, no, it's that was the case. We can't share this. Even though we have an official program, gamma, HCS, got all these clearances, but if we had materials that we not classified, so a lot of negotiating. Well, I spent a lot of time with the vice president.
Unless there's something to negotiate about. If there's nothing to negotiate about, how? We don't have materials. Wouldn't say you don't have enough clearance for us to discuss. And starting to tip in their hat.
Already tipping their hat. So anyway, the second place to go then was, okay, they're not going to share their material. But almost assuredly have. Suppose they had shared them. What would we have done? Well, we would have gone to subject matter experts all around the world. We'd give them some material. This came from a Russian sub, or whatever, your best output. So I said, okay, since we're not able to get material, let me go to all of subject matter experts and say, we're doing a survey for Pico Aerospace. He wants to know where would your field be in the year 20. So we figured out we could get the best assessment possible future with. As you pointed out, to give you an idea, some of the papers that we got by going out for the A neutron fusion propulsion, superconductors, gravity research, neutron aerospace propulsion, warp drive, dark energy, extra dimension, advanced propulsion.
Jamie's got it up here.
Yeah. So this is just the first two of 38 papers that I arranged for.
This is based on projections from where technology currently sits to extrapolate where it's going to be in 2050 based on what they're working on.
Right.
So time metric engine, reversible wormhole, start.
So you see, we weren't
trying to get in the warp drive, dark energy, extra dimension, brain machine interface. Now, did you ask any of these? So, presumably, from the civilian perspective, have some crash thing, you have to bring in people who make stations. You have to bring in people who make military jets, advanced propulsion systems. Those are the people that would be needed.
People we had working in those papers were people from the.
How did they? This is
conundrum. If they did disclose, companies that weren't given access to these materials did fall apart, and then the companies that got access to these materials advanced and had spectacular business. How do they decide who it just would have based on relationship? Like knowing that someone a secret. Like if you're dealing with outside the government now, presumably you have a defense contractor. That's an independent company, not necessarily, even though they work hand in glove with the government, not necessarily a part of the government.
So in fact, you put your thinking cap on. This would be the way you want to keep it out of the public.
Because you don't have to disclose it.
You have to give it to a contractor.
Right.
Okay, this is good stuff. And from now on, you.
How do you control that? You have to have government agents embedded deeply in that, which are but you'd have to have intelligence agents I hope deeply embedded defense contractors. They would make sure that they maintain some sort of intense level.
That's exactly right. And when you think about these days, kind of, what are these companies hiding things? Various parts of the government hiding
misappropriating funds, lying to Congress.
So you can see why it's such a problem.
Well, that was that closure document I saw you in as well that appeared at South by Southwest. Excellent. What is it called?
It's called The Age of Disclosure.
Amazing document.
It's amazing document.
Really hope that gets released more big, like Netflix or something like that.
I think Dan Farah, who's the director and producer of that, by the way, a very well-known producer. You know, he collaborated with Spielberg on Ready Player One.
Right.
And the approach he used was really very clever. Contacted people like me, Michael Elizondo, on and on and on, and said, you know, many of you don't want to come out really and reveal too much, podcast by podcast by podcast. So tell you what, my goal, I'm going to 38 of the maximum, and by maximum insiders, includes people. Senator Rubio, Secretary of State, Clapper, and
Hey,
I'm going to get all of you.
I see you. Oh, well, that's a nice message. All right. How you doing? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Your hair looks lovely. You're welcome. You want to play a game? All right, I'll send you an invite.
All the 15 years, has a book about really disclosure. So anyway, we'll put this together. We'll talk about it along the way. So 38 of us ended up being interviewed for the telling her role that we
I
could
have
tell.
sent you an
So
invite.
exactly, that film comes out, that's going to be the max. All the films pretty revealing.
It's very well done. Yeah. Your own personal journey and stuff. Initially, great the con, and then when did you get introduced to it again?
Well, it was when Robert Bigelow got the contract that Harry Reid and the other senators.
And how much time has passed?
Well, that was in 2008.
So a couple.
So that went up through 2012, and then 18. You've heard of that Rondo ran and picked up there to keep the ball rolling forward. And now it's been revealed, by the way, almost recently, when the funding dried up. It dried up for the reasons you might think of. That is, it was so highly classified that when congressional statements came down that, okay, we need so much money for this, it didn't actually describe it. It was just fancy and all that kind of stuff. So another group picked up the money and said, oh, well, that's what we're working on most of things, but it wasn't real deal. And so, what do you do at that point? Do you go, now, wait a minute, really for this one, revealing what this was really for. So anyway, that's sort of that way. But anyway, so based on that, then as a group, went to, as it turns out, the Department of Homeland Security to set up a whole program. And it was going to be a special access program. It was under a name, which can now be revealed because Aero, Advanced Aerospace, or the Advanced Aerospace Resolution Office has revealed it, called Kona Blue. And we built up a stack of documents that was feeling here about what needed to be done, what we were going to do, how it should be done.
Point you're convinced real time.
Point I'm convinced there's a real problem now. I mean, how far can I go? I can say I interacted with, for example, Steve Grush, you had on your program, who is really a high level of intelligence. People in the public hardly have any idea how high a level intelligence officer he was. Prepared briefing for the president. He was top UAP investigator for NRO, and then transferred over to NSA, National Information. So in that role, he was official, part of the UAP task force, asked by Jay Stratton to find out what's going on behind the scenes at super high level. And he did. And so that's why he came out August 23, congressional hearing under oath, saying, I've talked to more than 40 people who were directly involved in the program. Well, I know Dave, I know people running the programs that he's involved in. So there really is. And it's only a matter of time before it comes out.
Well, it seems like people don't, and I think so many more people that are discussing the possibility, or what this is, maybe not even the possibility, but addressing something like that. What is it? Is it interdimensional? Is it galactic? Like, what is it?
That's such a good question. The problem is the comparison of which of these craft, in the old days, farmer in the fields and speaking across the sky, think, you can sort of blow it off. But because our own detection equipment really marched up in legal. So now we have really advanced sensor systems. We're radar, high quality radars, satellites, rat is admitted that satellites picked up evidence of these craft, and these craft have interfered with military exercise, as we all know from the Nimitz Kimball past videos of 2017. So it's really out there now that there's reality there. So that's where we are.
But one more story. The David Fravor experience. So they're flying over the water outside of San Diego. They think they see something below the surface, and which is large, and 20-foot tic-tac thing hovering over the water. Turn towards them and recognize it there. It jams the radar. It does something to block their ability to detect it. They have it on screen. They have the video of this thing. There's eyewitnesses to this thing. They track it on radar going from above 1,000 feet down to level a second. They don't know what it is. It takes off at an insane rate of speed. It goes to the cat point, which we're supposed to meet up. So they have all this data about this thing that behaves in a way that's impossible with our current understanding of propulsion systems.
Right. And of course, in the program, we interviewed pilots about their experience and so on. So you can't blame a pilot. He says, look, 80,000 feet or whatever, and it's detected. Suddenly it's down right above the water, and then it takes off, it does a right angle turn, it's Mach 3. Stuff is way beyond our physics. Of course, to a physics nerd like me, if it's real, right. Can't be.
Welcome. How are you?
Beyond our.
Can you hear me? Oh, we didn't want to talk with you. Anyone was busy.
Yeah. But eventually, I was concerned that, oh my God, these guys are. But actually, nobody yeah. So back to the question. Like I said, it's embarrassment of riches. There's so much.
You gotta play something or it's gonna end.
The idea that how.
Good job.
So, as far as where they come from, doing it, I myself have written a paper called Pressure, where I try to cover the game. And I cover everything. Yeah, it could be spacecraft, galaxy, could be maybe there's some land eons ago. They're just hiding out in Tibet or maybe some showed up here thousand years ago. They're hiding out with space. So, we have President Master. So maybe a time traveler. And then there's the whole idea that like to talk about interdimensional, maybe they come. Anyway, this speaker and everyone should be exploring all of it. So at this point, I would say, no, it's NHI, but it's not clear what the maybe at a higher level of classification than I had discussed previous. Right now, I'm saying we don't have a suspicion. I guess my suspicion is that it's like non-human intelligence of other galaxy or far out galaxy that come here but some time back, and that there are stations. One of our remote viewers really good came up one day and I was looking around and found UFO during era and how to report this contract monitor. Do I want to tell them that? So I did, and the place came up. One of the places came up with the deal. Oh yeah. And so my CIA contract monitor.
Zoot, you sandbagging son of a bitch. How are you? Zoot, you're never gonna believe who is here to speak with you. Do you know who Lee Gandhi? Do you know who Lee Gandhi is? Lee Gandhi's nuts. Dude, I've got a million of those jokes that I want to explore with you.
And just started in jail for 20 years and still wanting to go to prison. Have a lot of fun.
Dude, that was all a fake thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so give me the lowdown. What happened? What did she say? Yeah. All right, so it was all a fake? Dude, I expect you to give me my Bonnie Blue information since I don't follow that bitch. I'm too cool for her. So what's her deal? Dude, remember that time I asked you a question and you didn't answer it? Yeah, why don't you answer my question, dog?
I won't.
I asked you a question.
Oh.
It was all a hoax. Why was it a hoax?
It was a hoax because she was doing a video where she was in jail.
Alright, so she really didn't go to jail?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's good.
Alright, well, dude, I'm almost done playing this game with Audie, and then I'm gonna beat the shit out of you in any game you want. In the meantime, are you under 15.2% body fat?
I'm 14.9.
So why don't you go to the male strip club now and tell the dude that you're ready to suck dicks or whatever you're gonna do?
Alright, we'll do that.
When are you gonna do that? Yo, pimp.
Bye bye. I'll be at 2 hours.
Okay, sounds good. We'll see you then.
2.5 at the most.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
If I'm ending on more, I'll let you know. But yeah, 2.5 at the most.
Alright, I'll make sure Lee Gandhi says hello. Oh, I won. We can keep chatting. I don't understand what you mean. Hello. Nice hand.
I will tell him I am. One day, Pat Price came in. got bored last night. I started looking down, and I decided to look at the Oval Office. And as I my way around, I realized there's something in the Oval Office that will harm him, not get through his second term. And I'm thinking, oh my God, report that to the CIA contract matter. And so they came over looking for actual toxic substances. Of course, we now know from it was a tape recorder who did him in, and he couldn't make it second term. Yeah, so interestingly enough, when he reported that, his Spyro Agnew will be president, right? He said, oh,
Whoa, girl. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. There's a lot going on here. Oh, you poor thing. I don't really know what happened, but it sounds really sad. Which, by the way, good enough. So it's the result here. As that sort of helps out of always I can't look forward. Favorite phrase as far as people investigate it, people who don't. So anyway, big thing that we always get these people fucking trying to be rich, trying Vegas, which turned out I had because turns out my wife, Adrian Kennedy, was on the grammar school area. And so I was trying to raise money for work, and so I to a wealthy I give me 25 this week short. He says, "Oh wait a minute, I know who you are. You guys are supposed to come over to SI. Tell you what, I do deliver pictures. You can get your ES
half a day, the next day, super future, I will follow what you and and I'll bet on it and see if I make money based on that. And tell you what, whatever money I get, I'll give yours what I make. Don't worry if I make money I won't charge you. So anyway, well by now in the exercise, I simply went to the board of directors of the school and said, we're going to make our business house, but I'm not going to ask you what Mark is going to do. Depend on what you said or before. I'm going to pick a couple of objects that are very different. I'm going to label one of them up. I'm going to label the other one. And I want you to say the object I'm going to show you tomorrow. Market. And so, okay, for a crash course, I gave them the shortened version of how I know how to image the visceral thing, how do you feel about sort of texture. And Jamie, can you pull up that first of the shows the stick you put in and take measure so that yeah. So on a given day, two objects, of course, they're different as they can be, allows description or whatever. So on a given day, there's a couple of objects I picked out, and I labeled one myself. I labeled one on the left. Yep. Right, mark it down. But they have no idea what. Right. So the next following slide. Yeah, following slide. Previous. Oh, yeah. That's what you're looking for. That's it. Okay. And so I had 7 viewers. On this particular day, 5 of them turned out. But one of the viewers, I got something and all wound around, and I hear the words 1, 2, 3. Second guy, same thing. I can. That's what I go. Anyway, to make a long story short, 30 days in the market, $1,000 for the investor. Got our 10%, which is $26,000, so a bit of a bonus. Cool. Why didn't you guys keep going and get rich? Well, then, I know. Everybody asked me that. It was almost a 24-hour a day job. And meanwhile, we're back over at the lab trading Army remote viewers, out of remote viewers. So clearly that wasn't a method. That just wasn't a method. But you proved your point. I proved my point. Now, when going into the future, you're reasonably certain real phenomena. Do you ever get access to materials that you were discussing earlier? Do you ever see anything? Yes, I have. One example I can talk about, one sample I can talk about, are the things. There's one sample you can put up with me. This right here? Yeah, right. It turns out that an Army person said his grandfather had been picking up debris from Roswell crash. And so he's of all places, Art Bell. of radio podcast, the great Art Bell. So Art Bell turned it over to so she had it. So she said she'd make it available. So about this time, I had already had my to be, by the way, this is before even things came out in the New York Times. I've been talking to people, aerospace corporations, they're saying how hard it is to do their engineering, come to work for us. We said, well, if there's anything to the UFO area, maybe you could generate some interest. So, long story short, we got Jim Simovan, now retired high-level person at the CIA, me. So anyway, we started Stars Academy. So we were part of what was behind Total Lesson story out in the New York Times to break out the something back to the material. So anyway, on this material, came up with this. How big is this? So where the press? Oh, it's about this big. So 4 inches. So okay. And so on the one hand, you guys stuff chain of custody, right? You don't know fraud, whatever. But anyway, it turned out those are layers of chaining. So anyway, we time along got hold of a copy, and so we said, okay, we're gonna do everything. So we actually set up contracts with an Army office, and then they arranged for Arrow, the old main office, to consider taking it seriously, and so they arranged that this could be analyzed. And so we provided this to them to software that no obvious comes out of our there are various ISIS other sources. So that would be the first thing. Just really, so that's the second part. These layers of this, I mean, those sizes. And they said, we can't find development of materials like that. Can't even imagine anybody